Welcome to War Sleep Stories. Today, we'll be listening to 3 relaxing true war stories to make you fall asleep. The sinking of the RMS Lusitania on May 7, 1915, sent shockwaves through the United States. Among the passengers was Elbert Hubbard, a prominent American writer and publisher. His death, along with nearly 1,200 others, stirred outrage and grief across the nation. The event became a catalyst, slowly shifting American public opinion toward supporting the Allies. In the halls of power, President Woodrow Wilson faced increasing pressure. He struggled to maintain a neutral stance while responding to the provocations from Germany. The attack on the Lusitania was not just an attack on a ship, it was an affront to American citizens and their safety. In January 1917, British intelligence intercepted the Zimmermann telegram, a secret communication from Germany to Mexico, proposing a military alliance against the United States. The British decrypted the message and presented it to President Wilson. The implications were clear and alarming. The telegram's revelation was a turning point. It galvanized the American public and political leaders who had been divided over the war. Wilson, recognizing the threat to national security, began to take decisive steps toward preparing the country for war. On April 2, 1917, President Wilson addressed Congress asking for a declaration of war against Germany. His speech was both somber and resolute, emphasizing the need to make the world safe for democracy. On April 6, 1917, Congress declared war, and the United States formally entered World War I. The nation was thrust into a whirlwind of mobilization. Men like Private Henry Johnson, a railway porter from New York, enlisted in droves, driven by a sense of duty and patriotism. Johnson joined the 369th Infantry Regiment, also known as the Harlem Hellfighters, an all-black regiment that would become legendary for its bravery. General John J. Pershing was appointed to lead the American Expeditionary Forces, AEF. Pershing, known for his previous service in the Mexican expedition, was tasked with transforming a diverse group of recruits into a disciplined fighting force. The training camps across the United States became hubs of activity as men from all walks of life prepared for the grueling demands of war. In Camp Upton, New York, Henry Johnson and his fellow Hellfighters trained relentlessly. Despite facing racial discrimination, their resolve remained unshaken. Their French instructors were impressed by their determination and skill, forging a strong bond between the two Allied forces. The journey across the Atlantic was perilous, with German U-boats patrolling the waters. The troop ships were crowded and conditions harsh, but the soldiers remained hopeful. Among them was Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, a former race car driver who had volunteered for the Aviation Corps. Rickenbacker was eager to prove his worth as a pilot in the skies over Europe. Private Henry Johnson found solace in the camaraderie of his fellow soldiers. Despite the uncertainty of what lay ahead, the men of the 369th Regiment were ready to face the challenges together. Letters home were filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety as they sailed toward the unknown. The AEF disembarked at the port of Saint-Nazaire, greeted by the devastation of war-torn Europe. The sight of ruined villages and scarred landscapes brought the gravity of their mission into sharp focus. General Pershing established training camps to acclimate his troops to the rigors of trench warfare. Johnson and the Harlem Hellfighters were attached to the French Fourth Army, where they continued their training under French command. The bond between the Hellfighters and their French allies grew stronger as they prepared for their first taste of battle. Captain Rickenbacker, assigned to the 94th Aero Squadron, underwent intensive training in aerial tactics. The challenges of mastering the Spad SXII fighter plane were daunting, but Rickenbacker's natural aptitude for flying set him apart. The 369th Regiment was thrust into the front-line trenches near the Argonne Forest. The deafening roar of artillery and the incessant rattle of machine gun fire marked their introduction to the horrors of trench warfare. Johnson and his comrades faced brutal conditions, but their resolve never wavered. On a cold night in May 1918, Johnson and his friend Needham Roberts were on sentry duty when they encountered a German raiding party. Despite being outnumbered and wounded, Johnson fought valiantly, repelling the attackers and saving his fellow soldiers. His bravery earned him the Croix de Guerre, France's highest military honor. Life in the trenches was a daily struggle for survival. Mud, rats, and the constant threat of enemy attack made the conditions almost unbearable. Johnson and his comrades found solace in their shared experiences, forming bonds that would last a lifetime. The letters from home, filled with news and encouragement, were a precious lifeline. Sergeant Alvin C. York, serving with the 328th Infantry Regiment, also faced the harsh realities of trench warfare. A devout Christian, York grappled with the moral implications of taking up arms. His faith provided him with strength and a sense of purpose, guiding him through the darkest days. In the skies above the Western Front, Captain Rickenbacker faced the perils of aerial combat. The thrill of dogfights with German aces was tempered by the constant danger and the loss of fellow pilots. Each mission tested their skills and nerves, forging a bond of mutual respect and camaraderie. Rickenbacker's daring exploits earned him the title of Ace. His victories were celebrated both at home and among his peers, but the constant threat of death was a sobering reminder of the sacrifices required. Back in the United States, the war effort mobilized the entire nation. Factories converted to produce munitions, aircraft, and other war supplies. Women like Helen Purviance, a Salvation Army volunteer, played crucial roles in supporting the troops. Purviance became known as one of the Donut Girls, providing comfort and a taste of home to soldiers on the front line. Families anxiously awaited news from their loved ones. Letters from the front were treasured, offering glimpses into the lives of the soldiers. The uncertainty and fear of loss weighed heavily on those left behind, but the nation's resolve remained unshaken. September the 26th, 1918. The morning fog had barely lifted from the Meuse-Argonne region when the first deafening artillery salvo ripped through the air. The booming sounds were not new to Captain Harry S. Truman, but this time the scale of the bombardment felt different. The 35-year-old Truman, who had commanded Battery D of the 129th Field Artillery, was about to witness the largest and most significant offensive in American military history. The Argonne Forest loomed ahead, dense with trees and dotted with German machine gun positions. As the commander of an artillery battery, Truman's role was critical. He was overseeing the bombardment that was supposed to soften up the German defences before the infantry pushed forward. But as he ordered his men to fire, there was no turning back. The war that had already ravaged Europe for 4 long years was about to shift its course. The Americans were coming, and the Germans would soon feel their might. Providence began to give. Truman's mind raced as the shells thundered from their positions. He could hear the distant cries of his men, shouting orders and preparing the next round. Despite his own resolve, Truman's heart pounded as the realization hit him. This was no longer a war of attrition. It was the final push. Sergeant Alvin C. York, a man who would later become one of America's most decorated heroes, had his eyes fixed on the Argonne Forest. A devout Christian and conscientious objector, York had long struggled with his reasons for being here, in the middle of a brutal war. Yet today, as part of the 82nd Infantry Division, he found himself at the front line, ready to face the Germans head-on. The plan for the offensive was clear: push the Germans from their positions and break through their lines. York and his comrades, a mix of infantrymen, engineers and support units, were set to assault the heavily defended positions in the forest. The 82nd Division, having spent months training in the French countryside, was now under the direct command of General John J. Pershing. There was no hesitation among the men. Their purpose was clear. York adjusted the rifle in his hands as he heard the first whistling sound of incoming shells. The bombardment had begun. He felt the familiar sense of dread, but alongside it, a calm resolve. There was work to be done. He wasn't just fighting for his country. He was fighting for the men beside him. Not far from the front lines, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Lambert, a surgeon with the American Expeditionary Forces, prepared his field hospital. The area was under constant threat of bombardment, and the danger of being hit by shrapnel was ever present. Yet Lambert had a job to do. His team of medics and nurses worked quickly to set up makeshift wards and operating rooms, anticipating the flood of casualties that would soon arrive. Lambert had served in France since the early days of the American involvement in the war, and the horrors of the battlefield were no longer a shock. His hands had grown steady and his mind sharp. But this day, something felt different. He could sense the magnitude of the battle that was unfolding. The Americans were pushing forward, and that meant casualties, soldiers, civilians, and perhaps even medics like himself. It was the nature of war. the Hamilton. He clapped a hand on the shoulder of Corporal Mary Harrington, one of the head nurses in the unit. "Get ready, Mary. We're going to need every hand we can get today." Mary nodded grimly, her face pale but resolute. She had seen enough suffering to last a lifetime, but that didn't stop her from doing her duty. Deschamps had lived her entire life in the small French village near the Meuse River. Her family had endured the constant threat of occupation and destruction ever since the war began. As the German forces advanced and retreated, her home had become a casualty of war. Now, as the thunder of artillery echoed closer, she huddled with her mother and two younger siblings in the cellar, away from the sound of shattering glass and the shaking ground above them. Marie-Claire's thoughts were with her brother Pierre, who had enlisted in the French army in the early days of the war. She had not heard from him in weeks, and the fear gnawed at her heart. As the sounds of battle grew louder, she found herself praying not just for her brother's safety, but for an end to the nightmare that had plagued their lives for so long. Outside, the French resistance fighters were making their own preparations. They had learned to live in the shadows, striking when they could and retreating when necessary. Marie-Claire knew that their actions had made a difference, though it was always hard to tell just how much. The German forces were relentless, but so too were the French civilians and resistance fighters. General John J. Pershing, commander of the American Expeditionary Forces, stood in his headquarters surrounded by maps and reports. The Battle of the Argonne was the most significant engagement of the war for the American forces, and Pershing knew that success here could turn the tide in favor of the Allies. The Germans, though weakened, were still formidable adversaries. Their defences in the forest were strong, and the terrain made manoeuvring difficult for infantry. As Pershing studied the map, his staff discussed the next phase of the assault. He knew that the key to success was not just strength, but coordination. The Americans had learned a great deal since they had first arrived in France, and their experience would pay off in the coming days. "We're not just breaking through the German lines," Pershing told his officers. "We're sending a message. This war is over. We will finish what we started." He trusted his men. In the weeks leading up to this moment, Pershing had ensured that American units were well prepared and well supplied. But the true test would come in the heat of battle. The Argonne forest was a labyrinth of dense trees, muddy trenches, and hidden machine gun positions. The Germans had made every effort to hold their ground, but Pershing believed in the American resolve. Victory was within reach. As the battle raged on, the cost of war became apparent. The heavy artillery barrage continued, and York's unit was thrust into the thick of it. The dense trees and terrain made progress slow, but they moved forward, determined to advance. The German defences were not going to yield easily. Bullets whizzed through the air, and the screams of the wounded echoed across the battlefield. In the chaos, Sergeant York's unit came under heavy fire. He and several men took cover behind a small rise in the terrain. It wasn't long before a group of German soldiers emerged from the trees. York's rifle snapped to his shoulder, and in quick succession he dispatched the enemy soldiers. Despite his own fears, his training took over. He was determined to protect his comrades, and the deadly precision of his actions would later earn him the Medal of Honor. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Lambert's medical team worked tirelessly to treat the injured soldiers who were being brought to their makeshift hospital. The medics moved in and out of the chaos, administering first aid and preparing the most critically injured for evacuation. There was no time to waste. Every minute counted. By the end of the week, the tide had begun to shift. The Germans, overwhelmed by the relentless American assault, started to retreat from their positions in the Argonne. In the weeks that followed, the significance of the battle became clearer. The Argonne offensive had broken the German lines and effectively ended the war on the Western Front. For the Americans, it was a defining moment. The soldiers, medics, commanders, and civilians who had been part of this momentous chapter in history would return home with stories of bravery, sacrifice, and perseverance. It was a defining moment. The soldiers, medics, commanders, and civilians who had been part of this momentous chapter in history relates that it surplusly saved its victims from the suffering of mental and as the armistice was signed on November 11th, 1918, marking the end of the war, the soldiers who had fought in the Argonne could finally lay down their weapons. But the scars of war, both visible and invisible, would stay with them for the rest of their lives. Statements as Eve tonal tert, mère, sibling of le son homme statue ambition. As the final shots of the Argonne offensive were fired, the battlefront slowly quieted. The tension that had gripped the soldiers during the fight lingered, but it was now replaced with exhaustion. Sergeant Alvin C. York, covered in mud and sweat, crouched behind a line of trees, trying to catch his breath. His rifle was still hot from the long hours of firing, and the heavy weight of his pack seemed unbearable. Yet there was a sense of relief. The Germans were retreating, and the lines were finally breaking. Despite the victory, York's mind was clouded with the grim realities of the battlefield. He had led his men through a harrowing mission to capture a German machine gun nest, an act that would later earn him the Medal of Honor. But the bloodshed, the loss of life, and the violence weighed heavily on his comrades. Though his actions had saved many of his comrades, the psychological toll of the violence he had witnessed, men, friends, and enemies alike, falling in droves, haunted him. The casualties were staggering. Thousands of men, young, old, farmers, teachers, and students, had sacrificed their lives in the muck and fog of the Meuse Argonne. For men like York, this wasn't just another battle. It was a test of faith and humanity in the face of unimaginable hardship. As he trudged forward with his comrades, the war was far from over, but the promise of peace seemed closer than it had ever been before. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Lambert, his uniform covered in the dirt and grime of the battlefield, surveyed the wounded soldiers being carried into his field hospital. Despite the successes of the offensive, the human cost was devastating. He had spent countless hours performing surgeries, administering morphine, and trying to stabilize the critical injured. Each casualty told a personal story. Some were young boys, barely out of high school. Others were seasoned veterans, scarred by years of brutal combat. The day had been relentless. As soon as one soldier was treated, another was brought in, often with wounds so severe they could only be comforted with words of reassurance as they waited for their chance to be evacuated. Lambert's team of medics and nurses worked tirelessly, their faces pale and drawn, but their dedication unwavering. "Keep your head, Corporal," Lambert said, clapping a weary medic on the back as he walked past. "We'll get through this." Despite the chaos and despair around them, Lambert remained a pillar of calm. In his mind, he had made a silent promise that every life that could be saved would be. And though he had long ago accepted that some of the soldiers would not make it, the overwhelming weight of it all was harder to bear with each passing hour. For the civilians, like Marie-Claire Deschamps, the war had taken a different, yet equally painful toll. The Meuse-Argonne area, though not the epicenter of the war, had been shattered by years of conflict. The German occupation had left its marks on the land, but so too had the passage of the American forces. Villages and towns that had once thrived were now hollowed out ruin. The screams of the wounded still echoed in the air as the Americans advanced. But the civilian population felt the weight of war in a different way. Marie-Claire's family had fled to a safer part of France, but the images of the dead, the wounded, and the destruction they had left behind haunted her. She had known from the beginning that war would change everything, but she had never expected it to change the very fabric of her life. The reality of the devastation was impossible to ignore. But amidst the rubble and ruins, there was a quiet hope. The Americans were pushing forward, and it seemed like the war would soon be over. Peace was within reach, even if it seemed unimaginable. Captain Harry S. Truman was no stranger to the trials of war. As the bombardment had raged and the infantry had surged forward, he had watched the progress of the Americans from his artillery position. His men had fired relentlessly, supporting the infantry's push. The artillery had done its job. It had softened up the German defences, but as Truman watched the battle unfold, it had not. Now, as the war seemed to be nearing its conclusion, Truman couldn't escape the gnawing thought that victory came at too great a cost. The men he commanded, the soldiers he had grown close to, would carry the scars of this battle for the rest of their lives. Whether physically, mentally, or emotionally, Truman had always been practical, but in the silence after the battle, a rare moment of introspection gripped him. He thought about what would happen when the fighting ended, and he feared what kind of world they would be returning to. The war had already taken so much from them. What would peace really look like after the suffering, after the sacrifice? His men were beginning to talk about home, about the families waiting for them, the lives they hoped to rebuild. And yet, Truman couldn't ignore the gnawing sense that this victory, hard won as it was, would leave a deep scar on the American consciousness for years to come. As the final days of the offensive drew to a close, General John J. Pershing was deep in thought. The Argonne offensive had been the turning point in the war, and he could feel that victory was near. The Germans were retreating, and American forces had broken through their lines. The price had been high, but the success was undeniable. Pershing knew that the battle would be remembered as one of the most crucial moments in American military history. But even as he stood at the head of his forces, surrounded by men who had fought and bled for this victory, Pershing couldn't shake the feeling of overwhelming sadness that lingered. The faces of his soldiers haunted him, the brave men who had fallen, their futures cut short in the mud and blood of the Meuse Argonne. The survivors carried with them not just the wounds of war, but the memories of their fallen comrades. They had done their duty, but the human toll was undeniable. As Pershing surveyed the battlefield, he couldn't help but think of the day's ultimate triumph. But even in the moments of victory, the suffering of war weighed heavily on his heart. It was a victory hard earned, but it came with a price. The war had changed them all, and nothing would ever be the same again. On November 11th, 1918, after 4 long years of brutal combat, the armistice was signed, marking the end of World War I. For the soldiers who had fought in the Argonne offensive, the war's end was bittersweet. They had witnessed the death of comrades, the destruction of land, and the breakdown of humanity. Sergeant Alvin C. York, though now a national hero, still struggled with the aftermath. The thought of the men he had killed weighed heavily on his conscience, but his faith had helped him cope. The victory was significant, but peace was what he yearned for most. He dreamed of returning home to his family in Tennessee, of putting the war behind him, but he knew the scars of war would follow him for the rest of his life. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Lambert could not shake the faces of the wounded soldiers and the nurses who had given everything they had to help save lives. As the war came to an end, he found himself back at his desk, writing letters to the families of the fallen soldiers. It was part of his job, but it felt like a small gesture in the face of the vastness of their loss. For civilians like Marie-Claire Deschamps, the end of the war was a glimmer of hope. The American forces had liberated her land, and though much of it was in ruins, the promise of rebuilding was within reach. Her family had survived, and the war was finally over. The world would begin to heal, but the scars of the conflict would never disappear. The end of the war brought a sense of closure, but the echoes of the battlefields of the Meuse Argonne remained, reminding everyone who had been part of the campaign that, while the world would never be the same again, the bravery and sacrifice of those who fought in the Argonne offensive would never be forgotten. End of the world would never be the same again. The bravery and sacrifice of those who fought in the Argonne offensive, would never be the same again. The world presents the world as on fire, Everett. The Harlem Hellfighters continued to distinguish themselves in battle. Their courage and resilience earned them the respect of their allies and adversaries alike. Johnson's bravery and the regiment's overall performance were celebrated in both American and French military circles. The camaraderie within the regiment was a source of strength. The soldiers drew inspiration from each other, knowing that their efforts were making a significant impact. The bond between the Hellfighters and their French counterparts grew stronger, exemplifying the unity of the Allied forces. The cost of war was evident in the toll it took on the soldiers and their families. Casualties mounted, and the physical and psychological scars were deep. Johnson, York, Rickenbacker, and their comrades faced the harsh realities of war daily. Their letters home reflected the mix of hope and despair, characteristic of the poor young adult in the battle. Despite the hardships, the soldiers remained committed to their mission. The sense of duty and the bonds formed in the trenches provided the strength to carry on. The war had changed them, forging a new understanding of sacrifice and resilience. On November 11th, 1918, the armistice was signed, bringing an end to the fighting on the Western Front. The news was met with a mix of relief and sorrow. The soldiers had endured unimaginable hardships, and the end of the war was bittersweet. They mourned the loss of comrades and celebrated the promise of peace. General Pershing, Private Johnson, Sergeant York, Captain Rickenbacker, and their fellow soldiers reflected on their experiences, the lessons learnt, and the bonds formed during the war would endure, guiding them as they faced the challenges of returning to civilian life. The journey home was filled with anticipation and uncertainty. The soldiers returned to a nation that had been transformed by the war. They faced the challenge of reintegration, carrying the physical and emotional scars of their experiences. Private Johnson, despite his heroism, faced the harsh reality of racial discrimination. His bravery was celebrated in France, but his return to the United States was met with indifference and prejudice. Johnson's struggle for recognition and equality highlighted the ongoing fight for civil rights. Sergeant York returned to Tennessee as a national hero. His modesty and humility endeared him to the public, and he dedicated himself to improving the lives of his community. York's legacy as a soldier and a humanitarian continued to inspire future generations. The process of rebuilding lives after the war was complex and challenging. Many soldiers struggled with the physical and psychological aftermath of their experiences. The bonds formed during the war provided a support network, helping them navigate the difficulties of readjustment. Upgrades of the system's biases, unable to face full rejection by priority, were left unaddressed, such as profound depression. Captain Rickenbacker continued his career in aviation, becoming a pioneer in the field. His experiences during the war shaped his vision for the future, and he played a key role in the development of commercial aviation. Rickenbacker's contributions extended beyond the battlefield, leaving a lasting impact on American society. The memory of those who had fallen in battle was honored through various commemorations and memorials. Communities across the United States erected monuments and held ceremonies to remember the sacrifices made. The stories of bravery and resilience were passed down through generations, ensuring that the legacy of the soldiers endured. Private Johnson's bravery was eventually recognized, and he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 2015. His story became a symbol of the contributions and sacrifices made by African American soldiers during the war. The experiences of World War I provided valuable lessons for future conflicts, the importance of international cooperation, the horrors of modern warfare, and the resilience of the human spirit were etched into the collective memory. The soldiers who had fought and survived carried these lessons with them, shaping their perspectives on peace and conflict. General Pershing's leadership during the war was studied and admired, influencing military strategies in subsequent conflicts. His commitment to discipline and preparedness became a cornerstone of American military doctrine. The impact of World War I on American society was profound. The war had accelerated social changes, including the role of women in the workforce and the fight for civil rights. The experiences of soldiers like Private Johnson and Sergeant York highlighted the need for greater equality and justice. The war also led to advancements in technology and medicine, driven by the demands of the battlefield. Innovations in aviation, communications, and medical care had lasting effects on society, shaping the modern world. As the United States moved into the post-war era, the challenges of reconstruction and reconciliation loomed large. The soldiers who had served in World War I played a key role in shaping the nation's future. Their experiences, sacrifices, and resilience provided a foundation for the next generation. The story of America's entry into World War I, told through the perspectives of Private Henry Johnson, Sergeant Alvin C. York, Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, and General John J. Pershing, is a testament to the courage, sacrifice, and resilience of those who served. Their contributions and the lessons learned from their experiences continue to inspire and guide the so sadly lost. As England's leader in the Middle East, the transition from battlefield to home front was a stark one. Soldiers like Private Henry Johnson, Sergeant Alvin C. York, and Captain Eddie Rickenbacker returned to their families, who had anxiously awaited their return. The emotional reunions were bittersweet. While joyous to be home, the soldiers carried the weight of their experiences with them. The castaways were going back to work with their families, who, the first, hadn't been allowed back to work for months earlier. Henry Johnson's return to Albany, New York, was marked by both celebration and struggle. Although hailed as a hero in France, the recognition in his homeland was minimal. His family provided a much-needed support system as he navigated the post-war world, grappling with both physical injuries and racial discrimination. Reintegration into civilian life proved challenging for many veterans. Sergeant York returned to his humble farm in Pall Mall, Tennessee. Despite his fame and the accolades, York remained grounded, focusing on his community and advocating for education and social improvements. His leadership during the war translated into a life of public service and philanthropy. Captain Rickenbacker, on the other hand, ventured into the burgeoning field of aviation. His wartime experiences fueled his passion for flying, leading to significant contributions in commercial aviation. Rickenbacker's transition highlighted the diverse paths veterans took as they adapted to a post-war society. The legacy of the Harlem Hellfighters extended far beyond their wartime service. Despite facing systemic racism, their bravery and skill earned them a place of honor in military history. The 369th Infantry Regiment's contributions were celebrated in both American and French military circles, though full recognition in the United States took decades. Henry Johnson, as a representative of the Hellfighters, faced numerous challenges in civilian life. His struggle for recognition and adequate health care underscored the broader issues faced by African American veterans. Despite these obstacles, the Hellfighters' story became a powerful testament to resilience and courage. The psychological impact of the war was profound and enduring. Many soldiers experienced what was then known as shell shock, now recognized as PTSD. The trauma of trench warfare, the constant threat of death, and the loss of comrades left deep scars. Private Henry Johnson, having endured severe injuries and close combat, struggled with the after effects. His bravery in the face of overwhelming odds was matched by his battle against the silent wounds of war. The support of his family and fellow veterans was crucial in his journey towards healing. Private Henry Johnson, having enjoyed severe injuries and close combat, struggled with the after effects. His bravery in the face of overwhelming odds was crucial in his journey and inspired friends. The Christ Entherian. The experiences of World War I veterans led to the formation of advocacy groups and organizations dedicated to supporting their needs. The American Legion, founded in 1919, became a powerful voice for veterans' rights and welfare. Leaders like Sergeant York used their influence to advocate for better treatment and benefits for their fellow soldiers. York's efforts extended to educational initiatives, reflecting his belief in the power of education to transform lives. His advocacy work highlighted the ongoing contributions of veterans to society, even after their military service had ended. The role of women during and after the war was transformative. Women like Helen Purviance, one of the Donut Girls, provided vital support to the troops. Their contributions were recognized and celebrated, paving the way for greater gender equality. The war had also seen women stepping into roles traditionally held by men, both in the workforce and in volunteer capacities. This shift had lasting impacts on societal norms and expectations, contributing to the momentum of the women's suffrage movement. Captain Rickenbacker's achievements in aviation extended beyond his wartime heroics. His post-war career saw him become a leading figure in commercial aviation, advocating for advancements in safety and efficiency. Rickenbacker's legacy was not just in his military victories, but in his contributions to the development of a new industry. The experiences of World War I pilots like Rickenbacker underscored the rapid technological advancements made during the war. The skills and innovations developed in combat paved the way for the future of aviation, influencing both military and civilian applications. The economic impact of World War I was significant. The mobilization of industry and resources during the war had spurred technological advancements and changes in production methods. The transition to a peacetime economy posed challenges, but also opportunities for growth and innovation, enabling people to find employment, to build maturity, and to build skill. Veterans played a crucial role in this economic transition, bringing their skills and experiences to various industries. The GI Bill, introduced in later years, would further support veterans in their educational and career pursuits, acknowledging their contributions to the nation's development. The memory of World War I was honored through numerous commemorations and memorials. Monuments were erected and ceremonies held to remember the sacrifices made by soldiers and civilians alike. These acts of remembrance ensured that the lessons and legacy of the war would not be forgotten. The contributions of individuals like Private Henry Johnson, Sergeant Alvin C. York, and Captain Eddie Rickenbacker were highlighted in these commemorations, serving as enduring symbols of bravery and resilience. As the years passed, the reflections on service and sacrifice became more poignant. Veterans shared their stories, ensuring that the experiences of World War I were passed down through generations. These narratives provided valuable insights into the human cost of war and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The interwoven perspectives of soldiers, medics, commanders, and civilians offered a comprehensive understanding of the war's impact. Their stories, rooted in true historical events, continued to inspire and educate, highlighting the shared human experiences that transcend time. The role of medics during World War I was crucial and often heroic. These individuals faced immense challenges, providing care under fire and in the most dire conditions. Their efforts saved countless lives and provided comfort to the wounded. Medics like Private Frank J. Bart, who served with distinction, exemplified the courage and dedication of those who risked their lives to save others. Bart's experiences highlighted the often overlooked contributions in the war effort. The medical advancements made during World War I had lasting impacts. The necessity of treating large numbers of wounded soldiers under challenging conditions, spurred innovations in medical care and technology. Techniques and practices developed during the war influenced medical fields long after the conflict had ended. The work of medics and medical researchers during the war laid the groundwork for future advancements. Their contributions to medical science were a testament to the ways in which the challenges of war can drive progress and innovation. First-hand accounts from the front lines provided invaluable insights into the realities of World War I. Letters, diaries, and oral histories captured the experiences of those who lived through the conflict, preserving their stories for future generations. The accounts of soldiers like Private Henry Johnson and Sergeant Alvin C. York offered a personal perspective on the war. Their stories of bravery, resilience, and camaraderie highlighted the human side of the conflict, making history come alive. The collaboration between Allied forces was a key element of the war effort. The relationships forged between American, British, French, and other Allied soldiers were critical to their success. These alliances were not just strategic, but also deeply personal, built on shared experiences and mutual respect. The interactions between American soldiers and their French counterparts, particularly the Harlem Hellfighters, exemplified the strength of these alliances. The bonds formed during the war had lasting impacts, influencing international relations for years to come. The technological advancements made during World War I transformed warfare. The introduction of tanks, aircraft, and advanced weaponry changed the nature of combat. These innovations required soldiers to adapt to new tactics and strategies, often learning on the battlefield. Captain Eddie Rickenbacker's experiences as a pilot highlighted the rapid evolution of aerial warfare. The technological advancements he witnessed and contributed to had far-reaching implications, shaping the future of military and civilian aviation. Intelligence and espionage played critical roles in the war effort. The interception and decryption of the Zimmermann telegram by British intelligence underscored the importance of information in shaping the course of the conflict. Intelligence efforts provided strategic advantages and informed key decisions and informed people participating in the conflict. The work of individuals in intelligence and cryptography highlighted the diverse ways in which people contributed to the war effort. Their efforts, often conducted in secrecy, were vital to the success of military operations. Civilians played a crucial role in supporting the war effort, from factory workers producing munitions to volunteers providing care and comfort to soldiers. Their contributions were indispensable. The home front was a hub of activity, with communities coming together to support the troops. Helen Purviance and the Salvation Army volunteers exemplified the spirit of service. Their efforts to provide for the soldiers' needs, both physical and emotional, highlighted the importance of civilian support in sustaining the war effort. The implementation of the draft during World War I brought millions of men into military service. This massive mobilization effort transformed the military and had significant social and economic impacts. The draft brought together men from diverse backgrounds, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose. The experiences of drafted soldiers, including those who volunteered, like Private Henry Johnson, reflected the broad spectrum of American society. Their service highlighted the collective effort required to support the war. The challenges faced by military commanders during World War I were immense. Leaders like General John J. Pershing had to navigate complex logistical, strategic, and political landscapes. The coordination of multinational forces added another layer of complexity to their responsibilities. Pershing's leadership during the war was characterized by his commitment to preparedness and discipline. His ability to inspire and manage his troops was a key factor in the success of the American Expeditionary Forces. Propaganda played a significant role in shaping public perception and morale during the war. The Committee on Public Information, led by George Creel, utilized various media to garner support for the war effort. Posters, films, and publications aimed to unite the American public and maintain morale. The use of propaganda highlighted the importance of information and communication in modern warfare. The efforts to shape public opinion were crucial in sustaining the war effort and ensuring national unity. The signing of the armistice on November 11, 1918, marked the end of hostilities. The news of the ceasefire brought relief and jubilation to soldiers and civilians alike. The armistice was a significant moment, symbolizing the end of a devastating conflict and the beginning of a new era. The reactions of soldiers like Sergeant Elvin C. York and Captain Eddie Rickenbacker reflected the mixed emotions of joy, relief, and reflection. The end of the war was a time for both celebration and contemplation of the sacrifices made. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919, officially ended the state of war between Germany and the Allied powers. The treaty's terms were harsh and controversial, setting the stage for future conflicts. The negotiations and their outcomes had significant political and economic repercussions. The involvement of figures like President Woodrow Wilson in the treaty negotiations highlighted the complexities of post-war diplomacy. The treaty's impact on international relations underscored the challenges of achieving lasting peace. President Wilson's vision for a League of Nations aimed to prevent future conflicts through international cooperation and collective security. The establishment of the League was a significant outcome of the Treaty of Versailles, reflecting the desire for a new approach to global governance. The League of Nations represented a bold experiment in diplomacy, though its effectiveness was limited by various factors. The United States' eventual decision not to join the League highlighted the complexities of international politics and the challenges of implementing Wilson's vision. The impact of World War I on Europe was profound and far-reaching. The war had reshaped borders, toppled empires, and left deep scars on the continent. The political and social upheavals that followed the war set the stage for future conflicts and changes. The experiences of European allies and adversaries provided valuable insights into the broader implications of the war. The stories of soldiers and civilians from countries like France, Britain, and Germany added depth to the understanding of the war's impact. The economic rebuilding efforts after the war were immense. The devastation of infrastructure and the need to reintegrate soldiers into the workforce posed significant challenges. The post-war period saw efforts to stimulate economic growth and address the needs of returning veterans. Initiatives like the GI Bill, introduced in later years, were part of the broader efforts to support veterans and promote economic stability. These efforts reflected the recognition of the sacrifices made by soldiers and the importance of their contributions to society. Education played a crucial role in the post-war period. The war had highlighted the importance of knowledge and skills in both military and civilian contexts. The experiences of veterans underscored the value of education in personal and societal development. Sergeant York's advocacy for education and the establishment of schools in his community were examples of how veterans contributed to educational initiatives. Their efforts helped shape the future by promoting learning and development. The build is granting Homo sapiens the ability to make healthy life choices, such as self-schooling, fracas, and the like. The cultural impact of World War I was significant, influencing literature, art, and society. The war had exposed the horrors of modern warfare, prompting reflections on the human condition and the nature of conflict. Writers, artists, and thinkers grappled with these themes in their work. The experiences of soldiers and civilians were immortalized in various forms of expression, providing a lasting legacy of the war's impact. The cultural reflections on the war offered insights into the shared human experiences of suffering, resilience, and hope. Religion played an important role in the lives of many soldiers and civilians during and after the war. Faith provided comfort and hope in the face of immense suffering. Chaplains and religious leaders offered spiritual support to those on the front lines and on the home front. The stories of religious figures and their contributions to the war effort highlighted the diverse ways in which people sought solace and meaning. The role of religion in providing a sense of purpose and community was a significant aspect of the war's legacy. The American Red Cross and other humanitarian organizations played vital roles during the war. Their efforts to provide medical care, support, and relief to soldiers and civilians were essential to the war effort. The contributions of volunteers and medical professionals were invaluable. The work of individuals like Clara Barton, who had founded the American Red Cross, set the stage for the organization's significant role during World War I. The humanitarian efforts during the war underscored the importance of compassion and service in times of crisis. The reflections on the sacrifices made during World War I were deeply personal and collective. The loss of life, the physical and psychological wounds, and the enduring impact on families and communities were profound. The war had touched every aspect of society, one can only imagine. But the loss of life, but society. The stories of soldiers like Private Henry Johnson, Sergeant Alvin C. York, and Captain Eddie Rickenbacker offered poignant reflections on sacrifice. Their experiences highlighted the costs of war and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Nurses played a critical role in caring for the wounded during World War I. Their dedication and bravery were essential to the medical efforts on the front lines and in hospitals. The contributions of nurses like Edith Cavell, who was executed for helping Allied soldiers escape from German-occupied Belgium, highlighted their critical role in caring for the wounded during World War I. The contributions of nurses like Edith Cavell, who was executed for caring out people like the Vietnam men. The experiences of nurses provided valuable insights into the challenges and triumphs of wartime medical care. Their stories of service and sacrifice added depth to the understanding of the war's impact on individuals and society. The influence of technology on World War I was transformative. Innovations in weaponry, transportation, and communication changed the nature of warfare. The rapid advancements in technology required soldiers and commanders to adapt to new tactics and strategies. The experiences of individuals like Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, who witnessed and contributed to the evolution of aerial combat, highlighted the impact of technology on the war. The technological legacy of World War I continued to influence military and civilian applications long after the conflict had ended. Animals played significant roles during World War I, from horses and mules used for transportation to carrier pigeons used for communication. The contributions of animals were essential to various aspects of the war effort. The story of Sergeant Stubby, a stray dog who became the most decorated war dog of World War I, exemplified the important role animals played. Stubby's bravery and loyalty provided comfort and support to the soldiers he served alongside. The second greatest battle in the Battle of Atlantis City. The impact of World War I on art and literature was profound. The war inspired a wealth of creative works that explored the themes of conflict, loss, and resilience. Writers and artists grappled with the realities of modern warfare, producing works that resonated with the public. The experiences of soldiers and civilians were captured in poems, novels, and paintings, providing a lasting legacy of the war's impact on culture. The artistic reflections on the war offered insights into the shared human experiences of suffering and hope. Diplomacy played a crucial role in the resolution of World War I and the establishment of post-war order. The negotiations that led to the Treaty of Versailles and the formation of the League of Nations were complex and contentious. The involvement of figures like President Woodrow Wilson in the diplomatic efforts highlighted the importance of international cooperation and the challenges of achieving lasting peace. The diplomatic legacy of World War I influenced future approaches to conflict resolution and international relations. The impact of World War I on women was significant. The war had provided new opportunities for women to work and contribute to the war effort. The experiences of women during the war influenced the fight for women's rights and suffrage. The contributions of women like Helen Purviance and the Donut Girls highlighted the diverse ways in which women supported the war effort. The post-war period saw continued advancements in women's rights, reflecting the broader social changes brought about by the war. Communication played a vital role in the coordination and execution of military operations during World War I. The development of new communication technologies and techniques was essential to the war effort. The work of individuals in signals and communications highlighted the importance of information in modern warfare. The advancements made in communication during the war had lasting impacts on both military and civilian applications. Recent examples. The political impact of World War I was significant, reshaping borders and governments. The war had led to the collapse of empires and the rise of new political ideologies. The post-war period saw significant political changes and realignments. The experiences of political leaders and their decisions during the war had lasting effects on international relations and domestic politics. The political legacy of World War I influenced the course of the 20th century, setting the stage for future conflicts and developments. The role of the Navy during World War I was crucial to the war effort. Naval operations, including blockades and convoy protection, played significant roles in the outcome of the conflict. The contributions of naval forces were essential to the success of the Allies. The experiences of sailors and naval commanders highlighted the importance of maritime strategy and operations. The advancements in naval technology and tactics during the war had lasting impacts on naval warfare. Propaganda played a significant role in shaping public perception and morale during World War I. The efforts to influence public opinion were crucial to maintaining support for the war effort. The use of propaganda highlighted the importance of information and communication in modern warfare. The work of individuals like George Creel, who led the Committee on Public Information, exemplified the efforts to shape public perception. The impact of propaganda during the war underscored the power of media and communication in influencing public opinion. Engineers played a crucial role in the war effort, designing and constructing fortifications, bridges, and other infrastructure. Their contributions were essential to the success of military operations. The work of engineers highlighted the importance of technical skills and innovation in modern warfare. The experiences of engineers during World War I provided valuable insights into the challenges and triumphs of wartime construction and innovation. Their contributions to the war effort had lasting impacts on military engineering and technology. The technological advancements made during World War I had lasting impacts on both military and civilian applications. The rapid development of new technologies and techniques during the war influenced various fields, from medicine to transportation. The experiences of individuals like Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, who witnessed and contributed to the evolution of aerial combat, highlighted the impact of technology on the war. The technological legacy of World War I continued to shape the future of military and civilian innovation. Logistics played a critical role in the war effort, ensuring the supply of troops and equipment to the front lines. The coordination of transportation, supplies, and resources was essential to the success of military operations. The work of logisticians and supply officers highlighted the importance of planning and organization in modern warfare. The logistical challenges faced during World War I provided valuable lessons for future military operations. The medical advancements made during World War I had lasting impacts on the field of medicine. The necessity of treating large numbers of wounded soldiers under challenging conditions spurred innovations in medical care and technology. The work of medics and medical researchers during the war laid the groundwork for future advancements. Their contributions to medical science were a testament to the ways in which the challenges of war can drive progress and innovation. Morale played a crucial role in the success of military operations during World War I. The efforts to maintain and boost the morale of soldiers and civilians were essential to sustaining the war effort. The use of entertainment, sports, and other activities helped keep spirits high. The experiences of soldiers and civilians highlighted the importance of morale in times of conflict. The efforts to maintain morale during the war underscored the significance of mental and emotional well-being in achieving victory. The influence of art and culture during World War I was significant. The war inspired a wealth of creative works that explored the themes of conflict, loss, and resilience. Writers, artists, and thinkers grappled with the realities of modern warfare, producing works that resonated with the public. The experiences of soldiers and civilians were captured in poems, novels, and paintings, providing a lasting legacy of the war's impact on culture. The artistic reflections on the war offered insights into the shared human experiences of suffering and hope. The role of the home front in supporting the war effort was crucial. Civilians contributed to the war through various means, from working in factories to volunteering for relief organizations. The home front was a hub of activity, with communities coming together to support the troops. The experiences of individuals like Helen Purviance and the Salvation Army volunteers highlighted the importance of civilian support in sustaining the war effort. The contributions of the home front were essential to the success of the military operations. The impact of World War I on society was profound and far-reaching. The war had reshaped social norms and expectations, influencing various aspects of life. The experiences of soldiers and civilians during the war had lasting effects on society. The stories of individuals and communities provided valuable insights into the social changes brought about by the war. The impact on society highlighted the ways in which conflict can drive progress and transformation. Pedagogy. Innovation played a crucial role in the war effort, driving advancements in technology and tactics. The rapid development of new ideas and techniques was essential to the success of military operations. The contributions of innovators highlighted the importance of creativity and problem-solving in modern warfare. The experiences of individuals like Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, who witnessed and contributed to the evolution of aerial combat, underscored the impact of innovation on the war. The legacy of innovation continued to shape the future of military and civilian applications. Leadership played a critical role in the success of military operations during World War I. The ability of commanders to inspire and manage their troops was essential to achieving victory. The experiences of military leaders provided valuable insights into the challenges and responsibilities of leadership. The leadership of figures like General John J. Pershing highlighted the importance of preparedness and discipline in achieving success. The lessons learned from their experiences continued to influence military leadership and strategy. Training was essential to preparing soldiers for the challenges of combat during World War I. The development of training programs and techniques was crucial to ensuring the effectiveness of military operations. The experiences of soldiers highlighted the importance of training in modern warfare. The training efforts during the war provided valuable lessons for future military operations. The focus on preparedness and skill development was essential to the success of the war effort. The impact of World War I on veterans was profound and enduring. The experiences of returning soldiers highlighted the challenges of reintegration into civilian life. The physical and psychological wounds of war had lasting effects on veterans and their families. The impact of the stories of individuals like Private Henry Johnson and Sergeant Alvin C. York underscored the importance of support and advocacy for veterans. Their efforts to navigate the post-war world highlighted the ongoing contributions of veterans to society. Education played a crucial role in the post-war period. The war had highlighted the importance of knowledge and skills in both military and civilian contexts. The experiences of veterans underscored the value of education in personal and societal development. Sergeant York's advocacy for education and the establishment of schools in his community were examples of how veterans contributed to educational initiatives. Their efforts helped shape the future by promoting learning and development. The cultural impact of World War I was significant, influencing literature, art, and society. The war had exposed the horrors of modern warfare, prompting reflections on the human condition and the nature of conflict. Writers, artists, and thinkers grappled with these themes in their work. The experiences of soldiers and civilians were immortalized in various forms of expression, providing a lasting legacy of the war's impact on culture. The cultural reflections on the war offered insights into the shared human experiences of suffering, resilience, and hope. Religion played an important role in the lives of many soldiers and civilians during and after the war. Faith provided comfort and hope in the face of immense suffering. Chaplains and religious leaders offered spiritual support to those on the front lines and on the home front. The American Red Cross and other humanitarian organizations played vital roles during the war. Their efforts to provide medical care, support, and relief to soldiers and civilians were essential to the war effort. The contributions of volunteers and medical professionals were invaluable. The work of individuals like Clara Barton, who had founded the American Red Cross, set the stage for the organization's significant role during World War I. The humanitarian efforts during the war underscored the importance of compassion and service in times of crisis. The reflections on the sacrifices made during World War I were deeply personal and collective. The loss of life, the physical and psychological wounds, and the enduring impact on families and communities were profound. The war had touched every aspect of society. The stories of soldiers like Private Henry Johnson, Sergeant Alvin C. York, and Captain Eddie Rickenbacker offered poignant reflections on sacrifice. Their experiences highlighted the costs of war and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Nurses played a critical role in caring for the wounded during World War I. Their dedication and bravery were essential to the medical efforts on the front lines and in hospitals. The contributions of nurses like Edith Cavell, who was executed for helping Allied soldiers escape from German-occupied Belgium, highlighted their courage and compassion. The experiences of nurses provided valuable insights into the challenges and triumphs of wartime medical care. Their stories of service and sacrifice added depth to the understanding of the war's impact on individuals and society. The influence of technology on World War I was transformative. Innovations in weaponry, transportation, and communication changed the nature of warfare. The rapid advancements in technology required soldiers and commanders to adapt to new tactics and strategies. Captain Eddie Rickenbacker's experiences as a pilot highlighted the rapid evolution of aerial warfare. The technological advancements he witnessed and contributed to had far-reaching implications, shaping the future of military and civilian aviation. Animals played significant roles during World War I, from horses and mules used for transportation to carrier pigeons used for communication. The contributions of animals were essential to various aspects of the war effort. Sergeant Stubby's story exemplified the important role animals played in the war. Stubby, a stray dog, became the most decorated war dog of World War I, providing comfort and support to the soldiers he served alongside. The signing of the armistice on November 11, 1918, marked the end of hostilities in World War I. Soldiers and civilians around the world celebrated the long-awaited peace. The cessation of fighting brought a mixture of relief, joy, and sorrow, as people mourned the immense losses while looking forward to rebuilding their lives. General John J. Pershing reflected on the achievements and sacrifices of the American Expeditionary Forces. The valor and resilience of the soldiers had contributed significantly to the Allied victory. Pershing's leadership and strategic acumen had played a crucial role in the success of the American forces. The Paris Peace Conference in 1919 sought to establish a lasting peace and address the complex issues that had led to the war. Leaders from around the world, including President Woodrow Wilson, gathered to negotiate the terms of the treaties. Wilson's 14 points outlined his vision for a just and lasting peace, emphasizing self-determination and the creation of the League of Nations. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in June 1919, imposed harsh penalties on Germany and redrew the map of Europe. The decisions made at the conference had far-reaching consequences, shaping the political landscape for years to come. As soldiers returned home, they faced the challenges of reintegration into civilian life. The physical and psychological scars of war were evident, and many veterans struggled with what would later be recognized as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Communities and organizations worked to support the returning soldiers, helping them find employment and access medical care. Sergeant Alvin C. York, hailed as a hero for his actions in combat, used his newfound fame to advocate for education and veterans' benefits. His efforts highlighted the importance of supporting those who had served their country. The war had left an indelible mark on families around the world. The loss of loved ones, the separation during the war, and the difficulties of adjusting to post-war life were common experiences. The stories of families like the Pershings and the Rickenbackers illustrated the personal toll of the war. The strength and resilience of families were crucial in the aftermath of the conflict. Their support and determination helped veterans rebuild their lives, and find a sense of normalcy. The technological advancements made during World War I continued to influence various fields. Innovations in medicine, aviation, and communication had far-reaching impacts. The war had accelerated the development of new technologies, many of which found applications in civilian life. Captain Eddie Rickenbacker's contributions to aviation continued after the war, as he became a prominent figure in the emerging field of commercial aviation. His experiences as a wartime pilot informed his vision for the future of air travel. The cultural impact of World War I was profound. The war inspired a wealth of literature, art, and music that explored the themes of conflict, loss, and resilience. Writers like Ernest Hemingway and Erich Maria Remarque captured the harrowing experiences of soldiers and the disillusionment that followed the war. The artistic reflections on the war provided a means for society to process and understand the traumatic events. The creative works that emerged from this period offered insights into the human condition and the enduring effects of war. The role of memory in preserving the history and lessons of World War I was crucial. Monuments, memorials, and ceremonies were established to honor those who had served, and to ensure that the sacrifices made were never forgotten. The annual observance of Armistice Day, later known as Veterans Day, and the costs of war, the stories of individuals like Private Henry Johnson, whose bravery was belatedly recognized, underscored the importance of remembering and honoring all those who had contributed to the war effort. The lessons learned from World War I were numerous and complex. The war had exposed the devastating consequences of modern industrialized warfare and the need for international cooperation to prevent future conflicts. The establishment of the League of Nations, though ultimately unsuccessful, was a step toward global governance and conflict resolution. The experiences of military leaders, soldiers, and civilians provided valuable insights into the nature of war and the importance of diplomacy and preparedness in maintaining peace. The table will be published without pricing or conditioning, except for the claims about the continuing struggle for peace in the years following World War I was marked by both successes and failures. The efforts to rebuild war-torn countries and promote international cooperation were ongoing. The economic and political instability of the interwar period presented significant challenges. The commitment to peace was reflected in the work of organizations and individuals who advocated for disarmament, humanitarian aid, and conflict resolution. Their efforts highlighted the importance of vigilance and perseverance in the pursuit of lasting peace. The influence of World War I on future generations was profound. The experiences of those who lived through the war shaped their views on conflict, diplomacy, and international relations. The lessons learned from the war were passed down through education, literature, and personal stories. The impact of the war on individuals like Sergeant York who dedicated his life to serving his community and promoting education, exemplified the ways in which the war's legacy continued to inspire future generations. The role of women during and after World War I was significant. Women had contributed to the war effort in various capacities, from working in factories to serving as nurses and volunteers. The war had accelerated the push for women's rights and suffrage. Women had been subject to persecution since the far west last decade. The experiences of women like Helen Purviance, who served with the Salvation Army, highlighted their crucial contributions. The war had demonstrated the capabilities and resilience of women, leading to increased opportunities and recognition in the post-war years. The impact of World War I on global politics was far-reaching. The redrawing of borders and the collapse of empires had reshaped the world map. The war had exposed the limitations of the old political order and the need for new approaches to international relations. The experiences of political leaders and diplomats during the war provided valuable lessons for future global governance. The efforts to establish a more stable and just world order were ongoing, influenced by the legacy of World War I. The evolution of military strategy during World War I had lasting impacts on the conduct of warfare. The war had highlighted the importance of coordination, logistics, and technology in achieving military objectives. The lessons learned from the conflict informed future military planning and operations. The experiences of military leaders like General Pershing provided insights into the complexities of modern warfare. The strategies developed during the war continued to influence military doctrine and training. The role of commemoration in honoring the sacrifices made during World War I was essential. Monuments, museums, and educational programs were established to preserve the memory of the war and to educate future generations about its significance. The efforts to commemorate the war highlighted the importance of remembrance and reflection. The stories of those who served and sacrificed provided a powerful testament to the enduring impact of World War I. The impact of World War I on international law was significant. The war had exposed the need for clear rules and regulations to govern the conduct of nations. The development of international legal frameworks aimed to prevent future conflicts and to promote justice and accountability. The experiences of legal scholars and diplomats during the war informed the creation of new international institutions and treaties. The legacy of World War I continued to shape the evolution of international law. The human cost of World War I was immense. The loss of life, the physical and psychological wounds, and the impact on families and communities were profound. The war had touched every aspect of society, leaving a lasting legacy of grief and resilience. The stories of individuals like Private Henry Johnson and Sergeant Alvin C. York provided poignant reflections on the personal sacrifices made during the war. Their experiences underscored the importance of honoring and remembering those who had given so much. The quest for healing in the aftermath of World War I was a long and difficult journey. Veterans and civilians alike faced the challenges of rebuilding their lives and finding a sense of normalcy. The support of families, communities, and organizations was crucial to this process. The efforts to promote healing and reconciliation highlighted the importance of compassion and understanding. The experiences of those who lived through the war provided valuable lessons on the resilience of the human spirit. The role of diplomacy in preventing future conflicts was a key lesson from World War I. The war had demonstrated the catastrophic consequences of failed diplomacy and the need for effective international cooperation. The efforts to build a more peaceful world order were ongoing. The experiences of diplomats and political leaders during the war informed the development of new approaches to international relations. The commitment to diplomacy and dialogue was essential to the pursuit of lasting peace. The enduring legacy of World War I continued to shape the world in profound ways. The war had left an indelible mark on society, influencing politics, culture, and international relations. The lessons learnt from the conflict remained relevant, offering valuable insights into the nature of war and peace. The stories of those who lived through World War I provided a powerful testament to the resilience and strength of the human spirit. Their experiences continued to inspire and educate future generations. As the world reflected on the centenary of World War I, the themes of resilience, sacrifice, and hope resonated deeply. The war had tested the limits of human endurance, but it had also revealed the capacity for courage, compassion, and perseverance. The legacy of World War I was a reminder of the importance of working toward a more peaceful and just world. The experiences of those who lived through the war provided valuable lessons on the strength of the human spirit and the enduring quest for peace. The night sky over Peleliu was ablaze with chaos. Flashes of anti-aircraft guns lit the horizon, accompanied by the earth-shaking booms of Japanese artillery. Private First Class Eugene Sledge gripped his Monogarand, his knuckles white under the dampness of his gloves. Packed into the landing craft with dozens of other Marines, he could feel the tension radiating from every man around him. They were silent, their faces pale, as the craft sliced through the waves. Somewhere in the distance, the sharp screech of mortar fire pierced the cacophony, followed by an explosion that sent up a plume of water. Sledge flinched but held his position. They were almost there. The order had come down. The 1st Marine Division was tasked with taking Peleliu. The island, with its coral ridges and entrenched defences, was critical to securing the flank for General MacArthur's return to the Philippines. Intelligence reports had underestimated the Japanese presence, assuring the men it would be a short but sharp engagement. Now, as the landing craft approached the shore under relentless fire, the lie became apparent. Peleliu would be hell. With a metallic clang, the ramp dropped, and hell greeted them. Bullets whizzed past, and men cried out as they fell into the surf. "Go, go, go!" a voice bellowed, cutting through the chaos. Sledge plunged into the waist-high water, his boots sinking into the sand as he struggled forward. Around him, bodies floated, some lifeless, others clinging to the last threads of life. His ears rang as explosions erupted on the beach, sending up clouds of sand and shrapnel. Sledge's heart hammered in his chest, but he pushed on, driven by training and sheer survival instinct. He made it to the shoreline, ducking behind a jagged piece of coral for cover. Ahead, he could see Corporal R.V. Bergin gesturing for the men to regroup. Bergin's voice carried above the din, issuing orders to advance toward the tree line, where the Japanese pillboxes were entrenched. Sledge's hands trembled as he reloaded his rifle. This was his baptism by fire, and the realization struck him for the first time. Thousands of miles away, in the heart of Tokyo, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto sat in his office, surrounded by maps and intelligence reports. The room was a somber contrast to the bustling activity outside. Japan's initial victories in the Pacific had been swift and decisive, a testament to Yamamoto's meticulous planning and the Imperial Navy's prowess. Pearl Harbor, the fall of Singapore, and the capture of the Philippines had showcased Japan's military dominance. But now, in late 1944, the momentum had shifted. The Americans were advancing, island by island, and the once invincible empire was showing cracks. Yamamoto's brow furrowed as he studied the latest reports from Peleliu. The Americans' island-hopping strategy was proving effective, bypassing heavily fortified positions to strike at key islands that served as stepping stones toward Japan. Peleliu was a critical node in this chain, and its loss would tighten the noose around Japan's defensive perimeter. Yamamoto's Harvard education and experience in the United States gave him a deep understanding of American resilience and industrial capacity. He knew Japan's resources were dwindling, and its hope lay in inflicting such heavy casualties that the enemy would seek peace. The stakes were high, and Yamamoto's resolve was unwavering. He had orchestrated many of Japan's early victories, but now he faced the reality of a war that could not be won. As he penned a letter to his subordinates, urging them to fight with honor and to the last man, he couldn't shake the shadow of doubt creeping into his mind. Would history remember their sacrifice as valiant or futile? On the island of Peleliu, night fell like a suffocating shroud. The relentless heat of the day gave way to a humid darkness, punctuated by sporadic gunfire and the eerie cries of wounded men. Lieutenant Colonel Louis Chesty Puller, a living legend among the Marines, moved through the makeshift command post, his gruff voice steady despite the chaos around him. His presence was a stabilizing force, a reminder that even in the midst of this nightmare, leadership and discipline would prevail. "We're pushing up the line at first light," Puller announced to his officers, his tone leaving no room for argument. The plan was clear: neutralize the Japanese positions in the coral ridges, then advance inland to secure the airfield. The enemy's defenses were formidable, with interconnected caves and tunnels, that turned the terrain into a death trap. Fuller knew the cost would be high, but there was no alternative. In a foxhole nearby, Sledge shared a canteen of water with Bergin and Private Sidney Phillips, his childhood friend. The two had grown up together in Mobile, Alabama, and now found themselves side by side in one of the most brutal campaigns of the war. "Think we'll make it out of this one, Sledgehammer?" Phillips asked, his voice tinged with distant sounds of the enemy digging in. Sledge didn't answer immediately. He stared into the darkness, listening to the drowsy sounds of the enemy digging in. "We'll make it," he said finally, more for himself than for Phillips. As the men settled in for a restless night, the weight of their situation pressed down on them. The Marines were outnumbered. The terrain was unforgiving, and the enemy was relentless. But they had each other, and that fragile thread of camaraderie was enough to keep them moving forward. Dawn broke over Peleliu with the sound of artillery fire, a deafening prelude to the day's assault. Chesty Puller's men moved out in coordinated waves, their silhouettes stark against the rising sun. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of death, a grim reminder of the battle's toll. Sledge advanced with his squad, his senses on high alert. The Japanese positions were invisible, hidden in the labyrinth of ridges and caves. Every step felt like a gamble. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupted from a concealed pillbox, cutting down 2 Marines ahead of him. "Flamethrower up," Bergen shouted, and a Marine carrying the bulky weapon scrambled forward. The jet of flame roared to life, engulfing the pillbox in a searing inferno. The screams of the enemy inside were chilling, but there was no time to dwell on it. The airfield loomed in the distance, its capture a key objective. As the Marines pressed on, Sledge couldn't help but notice the contrast between the beautiful island scenery and the horrors unfolding around him. He thought of his family back home, of the letters he had yet to write. Each step forward was a step closer to survival and to home. The assault on Peleliu's airfield was unlike anything the 1st Marine Division had faced before. The open expanse of the airstrip left the advancing Marines exposed to withering fire from entrenched Japanese positions. Chesty Puller, observing the battle through his field binoculars, barked orders to his officers. "Get those tanks moving, and tell the artillery to keep hammering that ridge." Private Eugene Sledge found himself crawling across the scorched earth, his helmet low to the ground. Explosions peppered the airfield, sending shards of coral and metal flying in all directions. Nearby, Corporal Bergin pulled a wounded Marine to cover. Sledge nodded, gripping his rifle tightly. Each inch forward felt like a mile, the weight of his pack and rifle pressing him into the ground. The Japanese defenders, entrenched in fortified bunkers, fought with ferocity. They unleashed machine gun fire, mortars, and even suicidal charges to repel the Marines. Flamethrower teams moved cautiously, their task both vital and perilous. Sledge watched as one team approached a bunker, the flames from their weapon consuming the enemy position. He winced at the sight, the reality of war cutting deeper with each passing moment. The 4 teams moved cautiously, their weapons cutting deeper with each passing moment. By midday, The Marines had secured a portion of the airfield, but the cost was staggering. Bodies littered the ground, and the medics worked tirelessly to save the wounded. Sledge sat against a shattered tree, exhaustion etched into his face. Sidney Phillips joined him, offering a canteen of water. "We're getting there," Phillips said, his voice hoarse. Sledge nodded, but the weight of the battle pressed heavily on his mind. They were fighting for survival, one bloody step at a time. The jagged coral ridges of Umorogol, nicknamed Bloody Nose Ridge by the Marines, loomed like a fortress of death. The Japanese defenders, led by Colonel Kunio Nakagawa, had transformed the natural terrain into an intricate network of caves, tunnels, and hidden firing positions. It was a defensive masterpiece, designed to inflict maximum casualties and delay the American advance for as long as possible. Lieutenant Colonel Chasty Puller surveyed the battlefield through his binoculars, the ridges' twisted contours stark against the backdrop of the morning sun. His orders were clear: take the ridges. But Puller, a seasoned veteran, knew the task ahead would be among the most grueling of his career. "These caves are going to bleed us dry if we don't root them out," he muttered to his expression. Eugene Sledge and his squad advanced cautiously, their every step a calculated risk. The enemy's positions were invisible until the first shots rang out, a burst of machine gun fire that sent the Marines diving for cover. "Sniper! 11 o'clock!" Burgin shouted, pointing toward an outcropping of coral. A sharpshooter had taken position, pinning down their advance. Sledge felt his heart race as he scanned the terrain. "I see him," muttered Private First Class Jim Blake, the squad's sharpshooter. Blake steadied his rifle, exhaled slowly, and fired. The sniper's silhouette slumped, disappearing into the ridge. The squad moved forward, adrenaline pumping as they approached the first cave entrance. Inside the caves, the Japanese defenders fought with a ferocity that left the Marines in awe. Flamethrowers roared, their searing heat flushing out the entrenched soldiers. Grenades exploded in deafening concussions, sending dust and debris cascading through the tunnels. Sledge caught glimpses of the enemy in the flickering light, their faces etched with both determination and despair. By nightfall, the Marines had gained a foothold on the ridge, but at a staggering cost. Sledge sat with Bergen and Phillips in a shallow trench, their faces illuminated by the flickering glow of a cigarette. The ridge was silent now, the lull before the next assault. Sledge closed his eyes, the images of the day seared into his mind. The caves of Umorbrogel had claimed countless lives, and tomorrow would bring more than the same. Deep within the labyrinth of Umorbrogel, Colonel Kunio Nakagawa convened with his officers. The faint light of an oil lamp illuminated the jagged walls of the cave, casting long shadows on the weary faces of his men. Supplies were dwindling, and their communication with the mainland was intermittent at best. He knew his orders: to hold Peleliu at all cost. "We have turned the terrain into our ally," Nakagawa said, his voice calm yet firm. "The Americans may have numbers and firepower, but here, in these caves, We are their equals." He gestured toward a hand-drawn map of the ridge, marked with Japanese positions and fallback points. "We will fight them until they are forced to reconsider their advance." Nakagawa's men nodded, their expressions a mixture of respect and fatigue. They understood the gravity of their mission. The caves were both their sanctuary and their tomb, but honor dictated they fight to the last. As Nakagawa dismissed the group, he took a moment to himself, sitting quietly in the dimly lit chamber. Of the Emperor, and of the war that had brought them to this moment, in the silence of the cave, he made peace with his fate. While the Marines pushed forward, the medics worked tirelessly behind the lines, their efforts a lifeline for the wounded. Navy Corpsman Pharmacist's Mate Second Class Louis Doc Graziano moved swiftly through a makeshift aid station, his hands stained with blood. The cries of the injured filled the air, a haunting symphony of pain and desperation. Graziano knelt beside a Marine, clutching his stomach, blood seeping through his uniform. "Hang in there, buddy," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos. He worked quickly, applying a field dressing and administering morphine to ease the Marine's agony. Another medic, John Bradley, assisted nearby, his face pale but determined. Had already seen more suffering than most men could bear. The conditions were brutal, supplies were limited, and the heat made every task more difficult. Graziano wiped the sweat from his brow, pausing briefly to catch his breath. "We're running low on plasma," a fellow corpsman informed him. Graziano nodded, already thinking of alternatives. The men depended on them, and failure was not an option. As the day turned to night, Graziano sat by a wounded Marine, offering him water and words of comfort. "You're going to be okay," he said, though he wasn't sure it was true. In moments like these, hope was as important as medicine. The battle for Brogol Ridge intensified, the Marines employing tanks and heavy artillery to break through the enemy defenses. Sherman tanks, their metal hulls scarred from previous engagements, advanced with deliberate precision. The rumble of their engines was a prelude to destruction. Their 75 million cannons, targeting bunkers and cave entrances, the most severely damaged and most precious to most of the people, and to targets much sooner than expected. The main flank of the enemy encampment, Lieutenant Colonel Chesty Puller coordinated the assault from a forward command post, his voice cutting through the noise. "Keep those tanks moving, and for God's sake don't let up on the artillery." His reputation as a fearless leader was evident in his actions. Puller's men respected him not just for his tactical brilliance, but for his willingness to share their hardships. Eugene Sledge and his squad followed closely behind the tanks, using their firepower as cover. The air was thick with dust and smoke, the ground shaking with each explosion. Sledge's ears rang as a mortar round exploded nearby, showering him with debris. "Keep moving," Burgeon shouted, his voice hoarse from the effort. The squad pressed on, the goal a network of caves that had been harassing their advance. As they approached the caves, flamethrower teams moved into position, their nozzles emitting a stream of liquid fire. The flames illuminated the darkness, revealing the desperate faces of the Japanese soldiers inside. The smell of burning vegetation and flesh filled the air, a grim reminder of the war's brutality. Sledge clenched his jaw, focusing on the task at hand. Survival demanded it. The sun set over Peleliu, casting long shadows across the battlefield. The ridge was quiet now, the lull deceptive. The Marines knew the enemy was still there, hidden in the darkness, waiting for the right moment to strike. Eugene Sledge sat with his back against a shattered tree, his rifle resting across his lap. Burgin and Phillips were nearby, the faces illuminated by the faint glow of a cigarette. "I can't believe we're still standing," Phillips said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "Feels like we've been here a lifetime." "Doesn't matter," Burgin replied. "We've got a job to do." Sledge remained silent, his thoughts drifting to home. He pictured his family in Alabama, their letters a lifeline in this desolate place. He thought of the faces of the men they'd lost, their sacrifices etched into his memory. As the night deepened, he felt a sense of resolve. They were fighting for each other, for survival, and for the hope of a world without war. The peace was shattered by the sudden crack of gunfire. A Japanese counterattack was underway, their soldiers emerging from the caves in a desperate bid to reclaim lost ground. Sledge scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding as he returned fire, the darkness lit by muzzle flashes and flares. The ridge became a battleground once more. The darkness, but the man struggled with the pain. By dawn, the counterattack had been repelled, the enemy retreating back into their caves. The Marines regrouped, their numbers smaller, but their determination unbroken. Sledge looked at the men around him, their faces weary but resolute. They had survived the night, but the battle for Peleliu was far from over. Colonel Kunio Nakagawa sat in the flickering light of the command cave, listening to the distant rumble of American artillery. His men had endured weeks of relentless bombardment and assault, but the will to fight remained strong. Nakagawa knew that surrender was not an option. His duty to the Emperor and to his men dictated that they resist until the end. The battle for Peleliu was no longer about victory. It was about honor. Nakagawa issued new orders to his officers. They would retreat further into the caves, creating layers of defenses to prolong the fight. "Our survival is not the objective," he reminded them. "Every day we delay, the Americans strengthened the defense of our homeland." His officers nodded, their faces hardened by resolve. Naka's resolve, however, was not on the list of priorities. Having to fight to stay alive meant risking everything. "Every day we delay, the Americans strengthens the defense of our homeland." His officers nodded. Everyone understood his fear. As Nakagawa prepared for another long night, he reflected on the toll the battle had taken on his men. Supplies were critically low, and water had become a precious commodity. Yet the men under his command continued to fight with a tenacity that earned the respect of their adversaries. Nakagawa knew the sacrifice would be remembered, even if the battle was lost. The 1st Marine Division faced one of its most harrowing days as they continued to assault Umabrogel Ridge. Chesty Puller's voice crackled over the radio. "Keep the pressure on them, but don't lose your men unnecessarily." His orders were clear, but the implementation was paid for in blood. Not only were units having to crack out, deaths were happening all around them. The pressure on the Marine Division was paid for in blood and blood. Eugene Sledge moved cautiously with his squad, his Monet Garand clutched tightly. The Japanese defenders had perfected the art of ambush, using their hidden tunnels to appear and disappear like ghosts. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted to Sledge's right, and he hit the ground, his heart pounding. Corporal Bergin quickly assessed the situation, signalling for the flamethrower team to move up. The fire roared, illuminating the darkness as flames engulfed a bunker. Sledge couldn't look away from the scene, the horrific reality of war unfolding before him. He fired his rifle at a figure emerging from the smoke, his instincts overriding his emotions. Bergin's hand clapped his shoulder. "Stay with me, Sledgehammer," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos. By the end of the day, the Marines had managed to secure a portion of the ridge, but the cost was heavy. Sledge sat in silence, staring at the ground. Around him, the medics worked tirelessly, their hands stained with blood. He thought of the men who hadn't made it and wondered how much longer they could endure. The psychological toll of the battle weighed heavily on both sides. For the Japanese defenders, the constant bombardment and lack of supplies were eroding their morale. For the Marines, the uncertainty of where the next attack would come from created a pervasive sense of dread. Sidney Phillips found a moment to sit with Eugene Sledge during a brief lull in the fighting. "I can't believe these guys are still holding out," Phillips said, shaking his head. "They're like ghosts in those caves." "They're desperate," Sledge replied. "But so are we." The Marines' progress was measured in inches, each step forward requiring relentless effort. The caves were a constant threat, their darkness concealing the enemy until it was too late. Sledge's squad encountered one such cave, its entrance hidden by foliage. They unleashed a volley into the shadows. A sudden movement drew their fire, and they unleashed a volley into the shadows. When the dust settled, they found a young Japanese soldier, barely older than Sledge himself. He lay motionless, his rifle still clutched in his hands. Sledge stared at the scene, a knot forming in his stomach. War had stripped them of their humanity, reducing life to a series of split-second decisions. He turned away, focusing on the mission ahead. As the battle dragged on, the 1st Marine Division faced the harsh reality of attrition. Every victory came at a staggering cost, and the medics struggled to keep up with the influx of wounded. Doc Louis Graziano found himself working around the clock. his exhaustion etched into his face. The aid stations were overwhelmed, the cries of the injured a constant reminder of the stakes. Chesty Puller visited one of the aid stations, his presence a rare sight in such a grim setting. He spoke briefly with the medics, his gratitude evident despite his gruff demeanour. "You boys are the real heroes," he said to Graziano, patting him on the back. Graziano managed a tired smile before returning to his work. Eugene's sledge watched as a stretcher team carried a wounded Marine past him. The man's face was pale, his breaths shallow. Sledge wondered if he'd make it through the night. He thought of his own mortality, the fragile thread that kept him alive in this unforgiving place. The Marines pressed on, their determination unyielding. They had come to Peleliu to win, but the price of victory was becoming painfully clear. As night fell, Sledge lay in his foxhole, staring at the stars. The beauty of the sky seemed almost mocking, a stark contrast to the carnage below. He whispered a prayer for the fallen, knowing tomorrow would bring more bloodshed. The sun rose over Peleliu, casting a golden glow over a battlefield littered with the remnants of life and death. For Private Eugene Sledge and his comrades, each morning was a grim reckoning. The air smelled of salt, smoke, and decay, a sensory assault that never seemed to fade. Sledge's squad received orders to clear another section of Umobrogel Ridge. Corporal R.V. Bergen led the men through the jagged terrain, their boots crunching on coral underfoot. Every step was a calculated risk, every shadow a potential ambush. The Japanese defenders had turned the ridge into a fortress, and advancing meant constant exposure to sniper fire and hidden grenades. As they neared a cave, the men paused. Bergen signalled for the flamethrower team to approach, their bulky equipment hissing softly in the tense silence. Before the flames could be deployed, a burst of gunfire erupted from the cave, striking one of the Marines. Sledge hit the ground, his heart pounding. Bergen barked orders, and the squad returned fire, the cacophony of war swallowing their voices. When the smoke cleared, the Japanese position was neutralized, but the cost was another brother lost. Sledge stared at the lifeless body of the Marine who had been hit, a man he had joked with just that morning. The brutal reality of war weighed heavily on him. He clenched his jaw and forced himself to move forward. There was no time to grieve. Gentleman Louis Chesty Puller stood over a map spread out on a makeshift table, his steely gaze fixed on the lines indicating the next phase of their assault. The 1st Marine Division was making progress, but the cost was astronomical. The rugged terrain of Peleliu and the unyielding resistance of the Japanese defenders made every advance a deadly gamble. Puller conferred with his officers, his voice calm but commanding. "We need to hit their supply lines," he said, tapping a section of the map. "Cut them off from water and ammunition, and we'll break their ability to fight." The plan was risky, requiring a flanking maneuver through heavily defended territory. Puller knew the risks, but also understood the necessity. The men under his command looked to him for leadership, and he would not let them down. "This is war," he reminded them. "It's not about playing it safe. It's about winning." The assault began at dawn, with artillery softening the enemy positions before the Marines moved in. Sledge and his squad were part of the flanking force, their mission to take a key ridge overlooking a Japanese supply route. The advance was slow and methodical, each step a test of nerve and skill. By the end of the day the ridge was theirs, but the cost was another dozen lives. Chesty's gamble had paid off, but the price of progress weighed heavily on everyone involved. On the other side of the ridge, Colonel Kunio Nakagawa gathered his remaining officers. The once formidable Japanese garrison was now a shadow of its former self. Supplies were critically low, and morale was faltering. Yet Nakagawa's resolve remained unshaken. "We fight to the last man," he told his men. The Japanese defenders launched a series of night raids, using the cover of darkness to strike at the American lines. For the Marines, these attacks were a nightmare, sudden, brutal, and relentless. Sledge awoke to the sound of gunfire and shouting. He grabbed his rifle and took up a defensive position, firing into the shadows. The night seemed endless, the fighting a chaotic blur. When dawn finally broke, the battlefield was strewn with bodies. The Japanese had inflicted significant casualties, but had suffered even greater losses themselves. Sledge sat in the dirt, his hands trembling. He had survived another night, but the psychological toll was becoming unbearable. While the battle for Peleliu raged on, other elements of the Allied forces turned their attention to nearby Angkor Island. This secondary objective was critical to securing the overall campaign, as the airfields on Angkor would provide crucial support for the push toward the Philippines. Major General Paul J. Mueller of the Army's 83rd Infantry Division led the assault on Angkor. Unlike Peleliu, Angkor was less fortified, but the Japanese defenders still fought tenaciously. The island's terrain, dense jungle interspersed with open clearings, presented its own challenges. Captain Henry T. Waskow, a beloved leader among his men, led a reconnaissance patrol into the jungle. The patrol encountered sporadic resistance, with snipers using the dense foliage to their advantage. Waskow's calm demeanor and quick thinking inspired confidence among his troops, who trusted him implicitly. By the end of the campaign, Angkor was secured, and the airfields were operational. The victory provided a much-needed morale boost for the Allied forces. For the men who fought there, however, the cost was another grim reminder of the sacrifices required to win the war. As the battle for Peleliu entered its third week, the men of the 1st Marine Division were pushed to their physical and emotional limits. The air was thick with the smell of death, and the constant threat of ambush kept them on edge. In spite of the experience, and in spite of the fact that they would have to face a shared survival goal as a group, the men were seeking one another. Eugene Sledge found himself reflecting on the humanity of the enemy. During a lull in the fighting, he came across a photograph in the pocket of a fallen Japanese soldier, a picture of a family. The image stirred something deep within him, a reminder that the men they were fighting had lives, families, and dreams of their own. Sledge showed the photo to Sidney Phillips, who nodded solemnly. "It's easy to forget they're human," Phillips said. "But out here, it's us or them." The discovery of the photograph didn't change the reality of war, but it added a layer of complexity to Sledge's understanding of the conflict. He carried the image with him, a silent tribute to the shared humanity buried beneath the horrors of war. The push through Umabrogel Ridge continued, each day more grueling than the last. The labyrinthine coral outcroppings, nicknamed Bloody Nose Ridge, were a fortress of interconnected tunnels and caves. The Japanese defenders, led by Colonel Kunio Nakagawa, fought with determination, using the terrain to their advantage. Every advance by the Marines was met with fierce resistance, turning the ridge into a battlefield of attrition. Private First Class Eugene Sledge moved cautiously through the uneven terrain with his squad. Their mission was to clear a series of caves suspected to house Japanese machine gunners. Corporal R.V. Bergen took point, his sharp eyes scanning for movement. Behind him, Private Sidney Phillips carried extra ammunition, his face tense with focus. The squad approached a cave entrance, its darkness impenetrable. A Marine equipped with a flamethrower stepped forward, ready to flush out any defenders. Suddenly, a burst of fire erupted from within, forcing the men to scatter. Bergin yelled for covering fire as the flamethrower operator surged forward, releasing a stream of fire into the cave. The anguished cries of the Japanese soldiers echoed before falling silent. The battle took a toll on everyone. Sledge leaned against a jagged rock, his hands trembling as he cleaned his rifle. The faces of the fallen haunted him, but he pushed the thoughts aside. Survival demanded focus. Lieutenant Colonel Louis Chesty Puller walked the line, his gruff voice cutting through the din of battle. Despite the relentless casualties, his presence inspired confidence among the Marines. Puller's leadership was a study in balance. His tactical acumen was matched by his unwavering concern for his men. "Stay sharp, boys," Puller said, as he passed a group of exhausted Marines huddled behind cover. "We'll get through this, one ridge at a time." His words were simple, but carried the weight of conviction. Puller's focus was on the larger picture. He knew the capture of Peleliu was vital to the success of the Pacific campaign. Yet, as the days stretched into weeks, he grappled with the human cost of the operation. The resilience of the Japanese defenders was unmatched, their willingness to fight to the death, a sobering reminder of the challenges ahead. In a meeting with his officers, Puller outlined the next phase of the assault, a coordinated push to breach the final strongholds on Umabrogel Ridge. "We're not letting up," he said firmly. "We finish this, no matter what it takes." As the Marines advanced deeper into Umabrogel, the fighting intensified. For Private Eugene Sledge, the battle had become a blur of fire, blood, and unrelenting fear. During a patrol, his squad was caught in a deadly ambush, pinning them down. Excitement under control still lingered in the position, opened fire, pinning them down. Sledge hugged the ground as bullets whizzed overhead. "We need smoke," Burgeon shouted, his voice barely audible over the gunfire. A Marine tossed a smoke grenade, the thick grey cloud providing a temporary reprieve. Sledge followed Burgeon's lead, crawling toward a nearby outcrop for cover. The squad regrouped and launched a counterattack, but the cost was high. 2 men were killed and several others wounded. Sledge carried a wounded Marine back to safety, his muscles straining under the weight. The image of his comrade's pale, bloodied face stayed with him long after they reached the aid station. "In the stillness of the night," Sledge wrote in his journal, his hands shaking as he tried to process the day's events. He knew there were no words to capture the true horror of what they were enduring, but the act of writing gave him a fleeting sense of control. Whenever he wrote, by late October 1944, the battle for Peleliu had reached a critical juncture. The 81st Infantry Division had been brought in to support the exhausted Marines. Major General Paul J. Mueller coordinated efforts to encircle and isolate the remaining Japanese forces on Umabrugel Ridge. Colonel Kunio Nakagawa and his men, now cut off from supplies, continued to resist. Nakagawa's stoic leadership and unwavering dedication to the Emperor inspired his troops to fight on, despite impossible odds. In his final communique, Nakagawa wrote, "Our souls will defend this island until the last breath. We will bring honor to Japan." For the Allied forces, the encirclement strategy proved effective. The combined efforts of the Marines and Army infantry systematically reduced the Japanese positions. Flamethrowers, satchel charges, and relentless artillery fire left no place to hide. Eugene Sledge watched as the ridge was bombarded, the earth shaking under the relentless assault. "It's almost over," Sidney Phillips said quietly. Sledge nodded, but the weight of the campaign hung heavily on him. They had fought for every inch of Peleliu, and the cost had been staggering. The last days of the battle saw the Japanese defenders retreat to a series of interconnected caves. Colonel Nakagawa, realizing the end was near, gathered his remaining officers. He ordered them to fight to the death, vowing not to surrender. In his final act, Nakagawa performed seppuku, a ritual suicide, as a gesture of loyalty and honor. For the Marines, the final push was both a relief and a nightmare. The caves were death traps, each one requiring a methodical and dangerous clearing process. Eugene Sledge and his squad approached one of the last strongholds, their nerves frayed from weeks of constant combat. Flamethrowers and explosives were used to seal the caves. The air thick with smoke and the stench of burning flesh. Sledge felt a deep sadness as he realized the futility of it all. The Japanese soldiers they fought were not so different from themselves. young men caught in a conflict far beyond their control, and the loss for themselves of friends and country and kindred, felt a deep sadness as he realized the futility of it all. Even Father looked down at the prisoners with a sense of loss. He understood the weight of life. He saw the prisoners dying, alive themselves. When the island was finally declared secure on November 27, 1944, the cost of victory was staggering. Nearly 1,000 Japanese defenders had been killed, with only a handful captured. The 1st Marine Division suffered over 6,500 casualties, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. As the smoke cleared and the sounds of battle faded, the surviving Marines took stock of what they had endured. For Eugene Sledge, the end of the battle brought little relief. He wandered through the ruins of Peleliu, the once beautiful island, now a scarred wasteland. Sledge wrote in his journal that night, reflecting on the camaraderie that had sustained him and the sacrifices made by so many. He vowed to honor the memories of those who had fallen, their lives a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The battle for Peleliu was over, but for the men who fought there, its impact would linger forever. As the battered survivors of the 1st Marine Division prepared to leave Peleliu, fresh replacements from the 81st Infantry Division were tasked with mopping up remaining Japanese holdouts. For Sergeant Edward V. Ed Creech of the 81st, stepping onto the war-torn island felt surreal. Unlike many of the Marines who had endured weeks of brutal combat, Creech and his men were relatively fresh, but the scars of Peleliu, both physical and psychological, were evident everywhere. Ed Creech listened intently to a briefing from Major General Paul Mueller. "You're here to finish the job," Mueller said bluntly. "The enemy is on its last legs, but that doesn't mean they won't fight to the death." Creech nodded, understanding the weight of the task. The mop-up operations were harrowing in their own way. Creech's unit advanced cautiously through the coral ridges and jungle, clearing caves one by one. Each step was a potential trap as desperate Japanese defenders launched sporadic but deadly attacks. Creech marveled at the sheer determination of the Japanese soldiers, who seemed to have nothing left but still refused to surrender. Creech encountered veterans of the 1st Marine Division during a brief lull in the fighting. Among them was Corporal Bergen, who spoke candidly about the horrors they'd faced. "You're stepping into hell," Bergen said. Creech could see the weariness in the Marines' eyes and resolved to honor their sacrifices by finishing the mission. In one of the deeper caves on Peleliu, a group of Japanese soldiers clung to life. Among them was Lieutenant Shinji Uchida, a dedicated officer who had served under Colonel Nakagawa. The Japanese position was hopeless, but Uchida continued to inspire his men, urging them to hold their ground. Uchida knew surrender was considered dishonorable, yet the dwindling food and water supply weighed heavily on his conscience. Each day brought new challenges as Allied soldiers probed the caves, using flamethrowers and explosives to root out defenders. Uchida's men responded with ambushes, striking quickly before retreating deeper into the tunnels. One night, Uchida gathered his remaining soldiers. "We fight not for victory, but for honor," he told them. The words stirred a mix of resolve and despair in his men. For Uchida, every decision was a moral struggle, balancing loyalty to his country with the instinct to survive. One night, Uchida gathered his family and friends, still despite the panic. Amid the chaos, Navy Corpsman Thomas Doc McNulty worked tirelessly to save lives. Attached to the 1st Marine Division, McNulty had seen more blood and death than he thought possible. For him, the battle wasn't about advancing lines or securing objectives. It was about keeping his comrades alive. On one particularly harrowing day, McNulty braved enemy fire to reach a Marine who had been hit by shrapnel. With bullets kicking up dirt around him, McNulty dragged the wounded man to safety and began administering aid. "Stay with me," he muttered, as the Marine groaned in pain. McNulty's work often felt futile. For every life he saved, there were others he couldn't. The weight of those losses was crushing, but he pushed forward, knowing that his efforts could mean the difference between life and death. Volume 3, The Antiquities. When McNulty met Eugene Sledge in a quiet moment near a field hospital, the two shared a brief conversation about the nature of war. "It's not about glory," McNulty said. "It's about getting through it and making sure the guy next to you does too." As the 87th Infantry Division pressed deeper into Peleliu's remaining defences, they encountered a new threat: booby traps. Japanese soldiers, aware that their time was running out, had rigged caves and pathways with explosives. Sergeant Ed Creature's unit discovered this the hard way, when a tripwire detonated a hidden grenade, wounding 3 men. Creech ordered his men to move cautiously, their nerves on edge with every step. The unpredictable nature of the enemy's tactics made the mop-up operations as mentally taxing as they were physically dangerous. "This island doesn't want to let us go," one soldier muttered. Creech couldn't disagree. In the midst of these dangers, Creech developed a grudging respect for the Japanese soldiers' ingenuity and determination, but respect didn't lessen the need to eliminate the threat. The men pressed on, knowing that every cave cleared brought them closer to an end. By late November, the last pockets of resistance on Peleliu were eliminated. Lieutenant Shinji Uchida and his men, their resources exhausted, had fought to the bitter end. When Allied forces finally cleared their position, they found signs of the desperate conditions the Japanese soldiers had endured. Empty ration cans, makeshift weapons, and letters never sent. The cost of securing Peleliu was staggering. Nearly 2,000 Americans had died, with over 8,000 wounded. The Japanese defenders, true to their orders, had fought almost to the last man. Fewer than 300 were taken prisoner, most of them too injured to resist. For Eugene Sledge, Sidney Phillips, and countless others, the battle for Peleliu would remain a defining chapter of their lives. The island itself was of questionable strategic value in hindsight, but for those who fought there, it was a crucible that tested the limits of human endurance. As the surviving Marines and soldiers prepared to leave the island, many couldn't help but reflect on what they had endured. Sledge, writing in his journal, captured the sentiment of many. War is not glorious. It is the most hellish thing a man can endure. But through it all, the bonds we forge with one another are unbreakable. Those we lost will never be forgotten. The sun barely pierced through the dense April morning clouds over Okinawa as the distant rumble of naval artillery signaled the start of Operation Iceberg. U.S. Marine Corporal Louis Letherman tightened his grip on his rifle, his knuckles white as adrenaline coursed through his veins. He was among the thousands aboard the shores of Hogoshi Beach. The chatter of machine guns and the shrill whistle of shells overhead formed a deafening cacophony, shattering any sense of calm. Months of training had not prepared him for this. Nothing could. On the other side of the island, Japanese Army Lieutenant Hiroshi Miyagi crouched in the humidity of a hidden bunker. He was among the tens of thousands tasked with defending Okinawa at all costs. They had orders to fight to the death, to delay the American advance, providing time for Japan to prepare its mainland defenses. Hiroshi clutched a photograph of his young daughter, Yumi, tucked into his uniform jacket. The stakes were not abstract for him. The survival of his homeland and family depended on his resolve. As the landing craft hit the beach, Louis and his unit scrambled into the sand, bracing for heavy fire. To their surprise, the expected barrage never came. The eerie silence was disorienting. The Japanese strategy, orchestrated by General Mitsuru Ushijima, relied on defensive positions further inland. The calm was merely the prelude to an unrelenting storm. The Marines advanced cautiously, securing the beachhead, but every step carried awaiting a strange gloom. Meanwhile, Okinawan civilian Fumiko Yoshida huddled with her family in a dark limestone cave. The constant pounding of naval bombardments rattled the ground beneath them. Fumiko, just 17, was torn between fear and duty. She had been conscripted alongside thousands of other civilians to aid the Japanese war effort. As the battle crept closer, she knew their fragile refuge might not withstand the coming inferno. Lieutenant Colonel Raymond C. Davis surveyed the terrain through his binoculars. His men were advancing southward toward Shuri Castle, a critical Japanese defensive position. The terrain was unforgiving, riddled with hidden caves and tunnels that the Japanese used to devastating effect. Each hill claimed more lives as booby traps and sniper fire turned every advance into a blood-soaked struggle. Davis had led men through hell before, but the brutal resistance on Okinawa was unlike anything he had seen. In the Shuri defensive line, Hiroshi Miyagi watched his comrades prepare for another skirmish. The conditions in the underground bunkers were grim. Stifling heat, limited rations, and the ever-present stench of death. Yet there was no room for despair. Hiroshi's commanding officer reminded them daily, "Every minute we hold them here is another minute for our families in the homeland." Hiroshi found solace in his nightly letters to Yumi, though he knew they might never reach her. At night, Fumiko ventured from the cave to gather water and forage for food. The landscape was unrecognizable. Fields turned to craters, homes reduced to ash. She passed a group of Okinawan students, barely younger than herself, carrying explosives to the front lines. Their faces were stoic, but Fumiko wondered how much longer anyone could endure. Desmond Doss, a Seventh-day Adventist combat medic, clung to the edge of a cliff as machine gun fire peppered the ridge above. Caxaw Ridge, part of the Maida Escarpment, was a linchpin in the Japanese defense, and the Americans needed to secure it to continue their advance. Unlike his fellow soldiers, Doss carried no weapon. His faith prohibited him from taking a life, but his courage knew no bounds. Hiroshi Miyagi watched the battle from his position within a nearby cave. The Americans' persistence was astonishing, and the sight of a lone medic braving certain death to save his comrades was bewildering. Hiroshi's faith in victory wavered. The enemy's resolve seemed unbreakable. But surrender was not an option. He steeled himself for the next wave, knowing the cost would be steep. Private First Class Eugene Sledge of the 1st Marine Division crouched in the mud as torrential rain turned the battlefield into a quagmire. His heart pounded against his ribs as machine gun fire ripped through the jungle canopy. The stench of decaying bodies and sulphur filled the air, a sensory assault that no amount of training could prepare him for. Sledge clung to his mortar, ready to unleash a hail of shells if the enemy emerged. Nearby, Lieutenant Hiroshi Miyagi's unit prepared for another ambush. They had perfected the art of using the terrain to their advantage, emerging from hidden caves, striking with ferocity and vanishing before the Americans could retaliate. Hiroshi's orders were clear: hold their position at any cost. The toll on his men was immeasurable, yet retreat was unthinkable. Hiroshi's thoughts drifted to his wife and daughter, as he was terrified at what was about to occur. Made it easy, too, for him to present honor to his civilian comrades. The toll on his men was immeasurable, yet to reveal certain performance controls, certain programming. As night fell, the Americans dug in, bracing for the counterattack they knew was coming. Sledge and his comrades barely slept, the tension eating away at their nerves. A sudden scream pierced the darkness as a Japanese soldier launched a banzai charge. The Marines opened fire, the jungle erupting in chaos. Sledge's hands shook as he fired his weapon, each shot a desperate attempt to survive the onslaught. The Marines eaten frighteningly attacked, and many died. Sledge's hands shook as it bested the desperate attack they knew was coming. Sledge's hands shook as he lifted the weapon. The next morning, the battlefield was eerily quiet. Sledge stared at the lifeless bodies strewn across the mud, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and pain. He felt a pang of guilt alongside his relief. It was only the beginning. and he knew the worst was yet to come. Colonel Hiromichi Yahara, General Ushijima's chief strategist, studied the map spread out before him. He had been the architect of the Japanese defensive strategy, advocating for a war of attrition rather than suicidal charges. Shuri Castle, nestled within a network of caves and tunnels, was the linchpin of their defense. Yahara knew they could not win, but he hoped to inflict enough damage to force the Americans to reconsider an invasion of the Japanese mainland. On the American side, Major General Simon Bolivar Buckner Jr., commander of the 10th Army, pushed his men to break through the Japanese defenses. The stakes were monumental. Capturing Okinawa was essential for launching the planned invasion of Japan. Buckner's forces faced an enemy that fought with unmatched tenacity, capturing every advance into a bloodbath. As artillery shells pummeled Shuri Castle, Yahara coordinated a calculated retreat. His goal was to prolong the battle, forcing the Americans to fight for every inch. The Japanese soldiers moved through the tunnels like ghosts, setting traps and ambushes for the advancing Marines. Private First Class Eugene Sledge and his unit fought their way toward the castle, each step forward a battle against both the enemy and their own exhaustion. The Marines encountered booby traps, mortar fire, and sniper attacks, but they pressed on. By the time they reached the castle, it was clear the Japanese had abandoned it, but not before leaving behind a trail of destruction. Ensign Kiyoshi Ogawa climbed into the cockpit of his Mitsubishi Zero fighter, a sinking feeling in his stomach. He was part of the Special Attack Corps, better known as the Kamikaze. His mission was to crash his plane into an American ship, sacrificing his life for the glory of Japan. Ogawa's thoughts drifted to his parents and fiancée, whom he would never see again. Penned the word as he penned the words. On the USS Bunker Hill, Seaman First Class John Harlan watched the sky nervously. The kamikaze attacks had grown increasingly frequent and devastating. Each day brought another wave of planes diving toward their ships, and each attack chipped away at the crew's resolve. As Ogawa approached the American fleet, his heart pounded. Anti-aircraft fire lit up the sky, but he pressed on, his target growing larger by the second. A direct hit on the USS Bunker Hill would claim hundreds of lives, but Ogawa believed his sacrifice would help protect his homeland. The impact was catastrophic. Flames engulfed the deck as sailors scrambled to extinguish the fires and rescue the wounded. Harlan worked tirelessly alongside his comrades, the stench of burning fuel and flesh filling his nostrils. The kamikaze attack had left its mark, but the ship remained afloat, a testament to the resilience of its crew. In a cave near Mabuni, Fumiko Yoshida tended to her younger brother, who had fallen ill from dehydration and malnutrition. The relentless bombing had destroyed their village, forcing her family to seek refuge underground. Fumiko's parents had urged her to flee, but she refused to leave them behind. General Ushijima's forces had conscripted many civilians, including children, to assist in the defense of Okinawa. Fumiko witnessed firsthand the horrors of war as young boys carried grenades into battle and girls served as nurses in makeshift hospitals. The civilians were caught in the crossfire, their lives expendable in the eyes of both sides. As American troops advanced, they discovered the caves filled with terrified civilians. Language barriers and years of propaganda had instilled fear in the Okinawans, many of whom believed the Americans would kill them on sight. Soldiers like Corporal Lewis Leatherman struggled to convince the civilians they meant no harm, offering food and medical aid to those who emerged. Fumiko watched as an elderly neighbor, too weak to continue, took his own life with a knife. The sight broke her resolve, but she clung to the hope that her family might survive. When American soldiers eventually reached their cave, Fumiko hesitated before stepping into the light, her hands raised in surrender. Desmond Doss crouched low, his breath shallow, as bullets ricocheted around him. The carnage on Hacksaw Ridge was relentless. He had already dragged several wounded men to the cliff's edge, lowering them one by one to safety, using a rope harness he had fashioned himself. His hands were raw, the rope cutting into his palms, but he couldn't stop. "Please, Lord, help me get one more," he murmured under his breath, moving back toward the firefight. The Japanese defenders had fortified every inch of the ridge. Lieutenant Hiroshi Miyagi ordered his men to hold their ground. Supplies were dwindling, and the wounded outnumbered the healthy, but their orders were clear. The Americans must not gain control of the escarpment. Hiroshi's resolve was strong, though he knew it was only a matter of time before the tide turned against them. Doss crawled through the smoke and chaos, finding a Marine with a shattered leg. Ignoring the incoming fire, he hoisted the man onto his shoulders and began the agonizing journey back to the cliff. Each step was a gamble, every second a miracle. When he finally lowered the Marine to safety, Doss collapsed for a moment, exhausting threatening to overwhelm him. But then he rose again. "One more," he repeated, forgetting. At the southern tip of the island, near Mabuni, Fumiko Yoshida and her family found themselves surrounded. The Japanese forces were making their final stand, and thousands of civilians were trapped alongside them. Propaganda had convinced many Okinawans that surrendering to the Americans was a fate worse than death. Families clutched hand grenades, prepared to die together rather than risk capture. Fumiko's father, a school teacher, tried to reassure his family. "We must stay together, no matter what happens," he whispered, though his own fear was evident. Their cave was filled with the cries of children and the murmurs of prayers. American soldiers, led by Captain Edward T. Williamson, approached the area cautiously. They had orders to secure the caves, but to avoid harming civilians if possible. Williamson had seen too many innocent lives lost, and was determined to prevent further bloodshed. He used a loudspeaker to call for the civilians to come out, promising for a protection from excess and taint alcohol. Fumiko hesitated, clutching her brother's hand. Her mother nodded, urging her forward. Slowly they emerged, blinking in the harsh sunlight. The Americans held their fire, offering water and blankets. For the first time in weeks, Fumiko felt a flicker of hope. Major General Simon Bolivar Buckner Jr. stood at the front lines, observing the progress of the 10th Army's assault. His leadership had been instrumental in the battle, though it had come at a high cost. The relentless Japanese defense had turned Okinawa into one of the bloodiest campaigns of the Pacific War. On June 19, 1945, Buckner visited a forward observation post near Itoman to assess the situation. As he spoke with his officers, a Japanese artillery shell exploded nearby. Shrapnel tore through the air, striking Buckner in the chest. He collapsed, his uniform soaked with blood. Medics rushed to his side, but it was too late. The general's death sent shockwaves through the ranks. Brigadier General Joseph Stilwell assumed command, but the loss of Buckner was deeply felt. For the men who had fought under him, his death was a stark reminder of the cost of war, even for those at the top. In the Japanese command bunker, General Ushijima received word of Buckner's death. He and Colonel Yahara acknowledged the inevitability of their own fates. The Americans were closing in, and there was no escape. By late June, the Japanese forces were cornered in the southernmost tip of Okinawa. General Mitsuru Ushijima and Colonel Hiramichi Yahara retreated to a cave near Mabuni, their defences crumbling. Yahara had long advocated for a tactical surrender, but Ushijima reminded her of her duty to die with honour rather than face capture. Ushijima believed everybody to be soldiers on the front. He believed it was vulnerable. The cave was familiar to him after the night of Mutsu, who had also lost his life as a persecutor of posters. Kuden, Ukuto Lerusik Perogia. On June 22, 1945, Ushijima and his chief of staff, General Isamu Cho, performed seppuku, the ritual act of suicide. Ushijima's final message praised his troops for their bravery and urged the Japanese people to continue the fight. Yahara, however, chose to surrender, believing he could provide valuable insight into the enemy's strategy. As the Americans secured the area, they discovered the aftermath of the general's final stand. The sight of the bodies in the cave was haunting, a stark symbol of the battle's brutality. Private Eugene Sledge, who had survived weeks of relentless combat, reflected on the carnage. "This island is a graveyard," he wrote in his journal. "We fought, bled, and died here, but for what? I hope the world remembers this, so it never happens again." With the battle over, Okinawa lay in ruins. Tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians had perished, and the survivors faced an uncertain future. Fumiko Yoshida helped her family rebuild their home, but the scars of war lingered. She often thought of the soldiers, both American and Japanese, who had shown humanity amid the chaos. Desmond Doss returned to the United States a hero, awarded the Medal of Honor for his extraordinary bravery. Despite the recognition, he remained humble, insisting that he had simply done what was right. Hiroshi Miyagi was among the few Japanese officers who survived. He spent the rest of his life grappling with the memories of the war, haunted by the lives lost under his command. The Battle of Okinawa was a turning point in the Pacific War, paving the way for the eventual Allied victory. Yet, for those who lived through it, the cost was immeasurable. The stories of the soldiers, medics, and civilians who endured the conflict stand as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima stood on the ridge overlooking the Shuri line, his once impregnable defensive position now a smouldering ruin. After weeks of relentless bombardment and ground assaults, the Japanese forces had been pushed to the brink. His trusted strategist, Colonel Hiromichi Yahara, had urged a tactical withdrawal to preserve the remaining forces, but the losses had already been catastrophic. Ushijima knew the battle was nearing its end, yet he resolved to fight on, ensuring the Americans paid dearly for every step forward. Corporal Eugene Sledge advanced cautiously with his mortar crew through the wreckage of the Shuri defences. The sight of abandoned fortifications and the eerie silence unsettled him. Each step carried the possibility of ambush, and the pervasive smell of death was a constant reminder of the lives lost. "We're walking through a graveyard," a fellow Marine whispered, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Inside one of the tunnels, Hiroshi Miyagi tended to his wounded comrades. Supplies were running out, and the moans of the injured echoed through the claustrophobic space. Miyagi was torn between his duty and his growing awareness of the futility of their situation. As night fell, he penned another letter to his daughter Yumi. "We fight because we must," he wrote, "but I pray that you will never know war." By morning, the Shuri line had fallen. The Japanese retreated southward, leaving behind a trail of destruction. For the Americans, it was a hard-won victory, but the knowledge that the battle was far from over tempered any sense of triumph. At the southern tip of Okinawa, Fumiko Yoshida stood on the edge of a cliff, clutching her younger brother's hand. Around her, dozens of families faced the same grim choice: surrender to the Americans or leap to their deaths. Japanese propaganda had painted the Americans as monsters, convincing many civilians that death was preferable to capture. Captain Edward T. Williamson and his men approached the cliffs, horrified by the scene unfolding before them. They called out in halting Japanese, pleading with the civilians to stop. "We won't hurt you," Williamson shouted. His words were met with desperation. His words were met with silence, broken only by the sound of the waves crashing below. Fumiko's father stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "We will not die here," he said, addressing the gathered families. "There is no shame in survival." Slowly he led his family away from the edge, his courage inspiring others to follow. The Americans worked tirelessly to save as many lives as they could, providing food and medical aid to those who surrendered. For Fumiko, the experience was a turning point. She realized that survival was an act of defiance, a way to honor those who had been lost. As the battle raged on, Desmond Doss continued his selfless acts of heroism. The medic, who had already saved dozens of lives on Haxal Ridge, found himself in the thick of combat once again. His fellow soldiers, who had once doubted his convictions, now revered him as a legend. During one particularly brutal assault, Doss came across a soldier pinned beneath a fallen tree, his leg shattered. Ignoring the bullets whizzing past, Doss worked to free the man, using a makeshift splint to stabilize his injury. He then carried him on his back for nearly a mile to the aid station, refusing to rest despite his own injuries. The men of the 77th Infantry Division marveled at Doss's bravery. "He's got the strength of 10 men, one soldier remarked. But for Doss, it was never about heroics. "I just wanted to do what I could," he later explained. Doss's actions during the Battle of Okinawa would ultimately earn him the Medal of Honor, making him the first conscientious objector to receive the prestigious award. His story became a symbol of the power of faith and determination in the face of unimaginable adversity. On June 21, 1945, the USS Bunker Hill lay anchored off the coast of Okinawa, its crew weary but resolute. Ensign Kiyoshi Ogawa prepared for his mission with quiet determination. As a kamikaze pilot, he had accepted his fate, believing his sacrifice would protect Japan from invasion. He carried a photo of his parents in his cockpit, a reminder of what he was fighting for. The skies above the American fleet were a flurry of activity as waves of kamikaze planes descended. Anti-aircraft guns roared, filling the air with smoke and shrapnel. Ogawa spotted his target and dove toward the Bunker Hill, his heart pounding as the ship grew larger in his sights. The impact was devastating. Flames engulfed the deck, and sailors scrambled to extinguish the inferno. Seaman First Class John Harlan worked alongside his crewmates, pulling wounded men from the wreckage. The attack left over 600 casualties, a stark reminder of the length of civilians' casualties, a stark reminder of the length to which the Japanese would go to defend their homeland. For Ogawa, his sacrifice was complete. For the Americans, it was another battle in a war that seemed to have no end. Wirtz said, "The villagers of Okinawa, caught in the relentless crossfire, faced increasingly dire conditions." Fumiko Yoshida and her family had left the caves and were now part of a growing tide of civilians seeking refuge. Each step was fraught with danger. Japanese soldiers accusing civilians of betrayal on one side, and American airstrikes targeting anything that moved on the other. Sergeant Shoichi Yokoi, a Japanese soldier assigned to guide fleeing civilians, struggled with his dual responsibility. He had orders to prevent desertion but the desperation of the people around him, mothers carrying infants, the elderly limping along, softened his resolve. Despite his loyalty to Japan, Yokoi began directing villagers to areas less likely to be bombed, an act of quiet rebellion against his orders. On the American side, Captain Edward T. Williamson and his men set up a temporary aid station near the advancing front. They handed out water, medical supplies, and rations to the haggard civilians who emerged from the chaos. One elderly Okinawan woman knelt before Williamson, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "No bowing," he said gently, helping her to her feet. "You're safe now." Fumiko's family reached the aid station, their faces drawn but alive. For the first time in weeks, they felt a glimmer of hope as she drank the clean water offered to her. Fumiko looked around at the other survivors, realizing that their shared suffering had forged an unspoken bond. In the southern hills of Okinawa, General Ushijima ordered a last, desperate counterattack. The remnants of the Japanese forces, exhausted, wounded, and outnumbered, gathered for what many knew would be their final battle. Lieutenant Hiroshima Yaki stood among them, his face stoic as he prepared his men for the assault. "We fight for our families and our homeland," he said, addressing the weary soldiers. "Even if we fall, our spirit will endure." The counterattack began at dawn, with waves of Japanese soldiers charging the American lines. Private First Class Eugene Sledge and his unit braced for impact, their rifles trained on the advancing enemy. The clash was brutal, with hand-to-hand combat erupting as the Japanese broke through the outer defenses. Sledge found himself grappling with a Japanese soldier in the mud. The man's eyes were wild, his grip strong despite his injuries. Sledge acted on instinct, his training taking over as he fought for his life. When the soldier finally collapsed, Sledge sat in stunned silence, his hands trembling. But by nightfall, the counterattack had been repelled. The Japanese forces were decimated, their ranks reduced to a handful of survivors. For the Americans, it was a hard-won victory, but the cost in lives weighed heavily on their spirits. On June 22, 1945, General Mitsuru Ushijima and General Isamu Cho prepared for their final act of defiance. They had watched the collapse of their defenses, the annihilation of their troops, and the inevitable approach of the American forces. Retreat was no longer an option, and surrender was unthinkable. For Colonel Hiromichi Yahara, who had advised against futile counterattacks, urged Ushijima to preserve his life for the sake of Japan's future. But Ushijima, bound by the samurai code of Bushido, refused. "I must fulfill my duty as a soldier," he said, his voice calm. As the sun set, Ushijima and Cho donned their ceremonial uniforms. Ushijima dictated his final message, praising his troops for their bravery and urging Japan to continue the fight. Then, with dignity, they performed seppuku. Their aides followed tradition, acting as kaishakunin to deliver the coup de grace. The next morning, American forces discovered their bodies in the command cave. For General Simon Buckner's successor, General Joseph Stilwell, the deaths marked the symbolic end of the Battle of Okinawa. Yet, the emotional toll of the campaign lingered for all who had endured it. With the fighting over, Okinawa lay in ruins. Nearly 1,500 Okinawan civilians had perished, along with tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers and over 200 American troops. The survivors faced the monumental task of rebuilding their lives amid the devastation. Fumiko Yoshida, now reunited with her remaining family members, began tending to a makeshift garden in the shadow of their ruined home. Each sprout that emerged from the soil felt like an act of defiance against the destruction around her. Private First Class Eugene Sledge returned to the United States, carrying the weight of what he had witnessed. His journal entries, filled with raw emotion and vivid detail, became a way for him to process the trauma. "War is not glory," he wrote. "It is death, suffering, and survival." For Desmond Doss, the end of the war brought a sense of relief, but also lingering pain. The wounds he had sustained, both physical and emotional, stayed with him for the rest of his life. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that faith and compassion could endure even in the darkest of times. While the chaos raged on the island, another front of the Okinawa campaign unfolded beneath the sea. The USS Laffey, a destroyer stationed offshore, was under relentless assault by Japanese kamikaze pilots. Commanding Officer Frederick Beckton stood on the bridge, barking orders as the ship's anti-aircraft guns roared to life. By April 16, 1945, the ship had endured repeated attacks. On that day, the Laffey faced 22 kamikaze planes and multiple bombers, in what would become one of the most famous naval engagements of the war. Despite the chaos, Beckton's calm demeanor inspired his crew to fight back with ferocity. Below deck, Seaman Howard Bender worked tirelessly to keep the engine room operational. Each explosion sent tremors through the ship, but Bender and his team stayed at their posts, knowing that the survival of the Laffey depended on their efforts. When the final plane slammed into the deck, igniting a massive fire, Beckton gave the order to abandon ship, but the Laffey refused to sink. Against all odds, the crew managed to save the vessel, earning it the nickname, the ship that would not die. Amid the destruction, a small group of Okinawan civilians took up arms to resist both the Japanese military's harsh control and the advancing American forces. Among them was Shigeaki Kinjo, a teacher turned resistance leader who had been forced to watch his students conscripted into the Japanese army. Kinjo and his group operated in the shadows, sabotaging supply lines and helping civilians escape the Japanese military's brutal tactics. On one occasion, they intercepted a group of Japanese soldiers preparing to execute a family accused of spying for the Americans. Kinjo's team ambushed the soldiers, saving the family and guiding them to safety. Their efforts, however, came at great personal risk. Kinjo was eventually captured by Japanese forces and subjected to harsh interrogation. Despite the torture, he refused to reveal the identities of his comrades, embodying the quiet courage of those who resisted tyranny in all its forms. Eugene Sledge and his fellow Marines from the 1st Marine Division found moments of solace amid the horror. Bonds forged in the crucible of war became lifelines. Sledge grew particularly close to Corporal Meriel Snafu Shelton, whose dark humour provided a grim kind of comfort in their shared ordeal. One night, as they took shelter in a foxhole during a torrential downpour, Snafu passed around a can of stolen peaches. "A little taste of home," he quipped, handing the can to Sledge. The two men laughed quietly, finding brief reprieve from the unrelenting violence. Their camaraderie was tested during a brutal engagement near Wana Ridge. When Sledge's mortar crew was pinned down by sniper fire, Snafu risked his life to provide covering fire, allowing Sledge to reposition. Later, as they regrouped, Snafu muttered, "Don't make me regret saving your sorry hide, Sledgehammer." Despite the hardships, these bonds of brotherhood became a source of strength, carrying them through the darkest days of the campaign. As the battle drew to a close, Colonel Hiromichi Yahara found himself among the few surviving officers of the Japanese command. Unlike his superiors, Yahara had long advocated for a strategic withdrawal to preserve lives, but his advice had often been overruled by General Isamu Cho's insistence on banzai charges. In the aftermath of the Japanese defeat, Yahara surrendered to American forces, becoming one of the highest-ranking Japanese officers to survive the battle. During his captivity, he reflected on the decisions that had led to such devastating losses. In his later memoirs, The Battle for Okinawa, Yahara wrote, "We fought not for victory, but for the honor of dying. It was a mistake, one that cost tens of thousands of lives. I hope future generations learn from our failure." Yahara's reflections offered a rare glimpse into the mindset of the Japanese High Command, providing valuable insight into one of the war's most brutal campaigns. Chenko-chi si Jijen Diensong, parallel with Provençal, Mabuni Hill, the final stronghold of the Japanese forces, the battlefield was a scene of unimaginable devastation. American troops, led by General Joseph Stilwell, combed through the area, searching for survivors. Among the dead, they found the bodies of General Ushijima and General Cho, their swords lying beside them in a grim testament to their final act of defiance. Among the dead, they found many distressed ones, surprised they couldn't tell from the wounds. Marines took prisoners, the men. For the surviving civilians, Mabuni Hill became a symbol of their resilience. Fumiko Yoshida, now working alongside American aid workers, helped identify the dead and assist in burial efforts. Each grave dug was a reminder of the lives lost, but also of the hope that the survivors carried for the future. Private First Class Eugene Sledge, tasked with documenting the aftermath, wrote in his journal, "The hill is silent now, but its silence speaks volumes. This is what war leaves behind: broken lives and shattered dreams." Among the most tragic stories of the Battle of Okinawa were those of the Himeyuri students. These young women, part of the Himeyuri Student Corps, had been drafted from high schools to serve as battlefield nurses for the Japanese Imperial Army. Trained minimally, they were thrust into horrifying conditions, tending to no medical supplies. But following the unexpected death of one of the prisoners, he had been detained in drowned caves with little to no medical supplies. 17-year-old Shizuko Takara worked tirelessly in the dark, damp caves, filled with the cries of the dying. Her once pristine school uniform was now blood-stained, her hands trembling as she struggled to treat injuries far beyond her skill. "I don't know what to do," she whispered to her classmate Tomiko Higa, who shared her helplessness but offered a reassuring nod. As the Americans advanced and the caves became death traps, the Japanese military ordered the students to abandon their posts. Without guidance or protection, many of them were caught in the crossfire. Chizuko and Tomiko fled into the jungle, where they encountered American troops. Overcome with fear, Chizuko froze, clutching Tomiko's hand. The soldiers did not harm them. Instead, they offered water and blankets, actions that contradicted the terrifying propaganda they had been taught. Shizuko's encounter with the Americans would remain a complex memory, both a moment of survival and a realization of the lies she had believed. By the final weeks of the battle, Japan's air forces had been nearly obliterated. Yet kamikaze missions continued, driven by the unyielding resolve of pilots like Ensign Kiyoshi Ogawa. His mission on April 16, 1945, had targeted the USS Bunker Hill. Ogawa's plane successfully struck the ship and killing hundreds of sailors. Petty Officer First Class William Schock, a survivor of the attack on the Bunker Hill, vividly recalled the harrowing moments. The ship was on fire, and the heat was unbearable. Schock wrote in his journal, "We fought not just the flames, but the despair creeping into our hearts." Despite the devastation, Schock and his crewmates managed to extinguish the fires and save the ship. Ogawa's sacrifice was emblematic of the kamikaze pilot's belief in duty above all. But for men like Schock, it underscored the futility and human cost of such tactics. Sugarloaf Hill, a key defensive position near the center of the island, became a focal point for the bloodiest fighting of the campaign. Over 10 days, American Marines launched repeated assaults against entrenched Japanese forces, suffering heavy casualties. Sergeant Albert L. Kinzer, a squad leader in the 6th Marine Division, led his men in a daring charge to capture the hill on May 4, 1945. As they advanced, a grenade landed amidst his squad. Without hesitation, Kinzer threw himself on the grenade, absorbing the explosion and saving his men. Brave grenades. Sergeant Elbert L. Kinzer had a chance to survive the result. He died, causing little consequence to his mortality and saving his men from the rest. They were still alive. Kinzer threw himself on the grenade, absorbing the explosion and saving his men. Private First Class Calvin Graham, a Marine in Kinzer's unit, recounted the moment with reverence. He didn't think twice. He gave his life so we could live, Graham said. Kinzer was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, his sacrifice a testament to the extraordinary courage displayed by ordinary men in extraordinary circumstances. As the battle drew to a close, thousands of Okinawan civilians sought refuge in caves across the island. These shelters, however, were anything but safe. The Japanese military used them as defensive positions, often forcing civilians to stay inside despite the danger of American attacks. Keiko Futami, a mother of two, huddled in a cave with her children as bombs shook the earth around them. She tried to keep them calm, singing lullabies despite her own terror. When the cave entrance was bombed shut, cutting off their air supply, Keiko dug desperately with her bare hands. Outside, American engineers worked to clear the rubble. Corporal Harold Johnston, part of a unit assigned to rescue civilians, recalled the moment they broke through. The woman's face was covered in dirt and tears, but she clutched her children like they were her lifeline, Johnston said. Keiko and her children were among the lucky few who survived. For many others, the caves became their graves, a haunting reminder of the civilian cost of war. By the end of June 1945, the Battle of Okinawa was effectively over. The island was a devastated landscape of shattered buildings, scorched fields, and mass graves. Nearly 1,500,000 Japanese soldiers and over 1,200 American troops had perished. General Simon Bolivar Buckner, Jr., the highest-ranking American officer killed during the battle, had fallen on June 18th, struck by Japanese artillery while inspecting the front lines. His death shocked his men, who had looked to him for guidance throughout the grueling campaign. In the weeks following the battle, survivors on both sides began the slow, painful process of recovery. For Fumiko Yoshida, the end of the fighting marked the beginning of a new struggle, rebuilding her family's life amid the ruins. She worked alongside American aid workers, finding small moments of kindness that bridged the cultural divide. Private First Class Eugene Sledge returned home to Mobile, Alabama, forever changed by what he had witnessed. His memoir, With the Old Breed, became one of the most important accounts of the Pacific War, offering future generations a vivid and unflinching look at the realities of combat. As the American forces secured Okinawa, teams were sent to clear the numerous caves that dotted the island. These natural fortresses had been used by Japanese soldiers, civilians, and even the wounded as hiding places. For Private First Class Leonard Hayworth, one such mission became a haunting memory. Hayworth's unit approached a cave near Mabuni Hill, expecting heavy resistance. Instead, they found a mix of frightened civilians and injured Japanese soldiers. Among them was Lieutenant Keiji Nagai, a young officer too weak to lift his rifle, but still fiercely defiant. Despite the language barrier, Nagai spat curses at the Americans as they tried to coax him to surrender. The AND commander promised to remember. Corporal James Torres, fluent in Japanese thanks to his upbringing in California, stepped forward. "You've lost," he said firmly, his tone both commanding and empathetic. "You don't have to die here." After a tense standoff, Nagai finally relented, collapsing from exhaustion. The civilians, many of whom had been hiding in the cave for weeks, were emaciated and traumatized. One elderly woman, clutching a rosary, broke into tears as medics provided food and water. For Hayworth, the scene was a grim reminder of the war's indiscriminate cruelty. Although kamikaze missions often ended in the pilot's death, not all pilots perished. Lieutenant Ryojoi Uehara, a skilled aviator assigned to a kamikaze squadron, was one such survivor. His plane had been hit by anti-aircraft fire before he could complete his mission, forcing him to eject over the sea. Uehara was rescued by a Japanese fishing vessel and returned to base, where he faced both admiration and scorn. To his superiors, his survival was seen as a failure of duty, but to his fellow pilots, he was a symbol of resilience. Uehara's diary, recovered after the war, revealed his inner turmoil. "I do not fear death," he wrote, "but I fear that my death will mean nothing." After the war, Uehara's reflections on his kamikaze mission became a poignant testament to the complex motivations of those who carried out these attacks. His writings shed light on the intense pressure and indoctrination that defined the kamikaze program, offering a human perspective often overshadowed by the brutality of the war. Churi Castle, a symbol of Okinawa's cultural heritage, had been transformed into a Japanese command center during the battle. Its destruction by American artillery on May 25, 1945, marked a turning point in the campaign. Colonel Hiromichi Yahara, the strategist behind the Japanese defense, had opposed the castle's use as a military stronghold, knowing it would become a target. His warnings went unheeded, and the castle became the epicenter of the American bombardment. Captain Clarence Bodolfson, a forward artillery observer for the U.S. Army, recalled the moment Churi Castle fell. "It was like watching history crumble before your eyes," he said. "We knew it was a military necessity, but it felt like we were erasing something irreplaceable." For Okinawan civilians like Masako Fujita, the destruction of Churi Castle was a deeply personal loss. It was not just a building, she later said. It was our heart, our history, and our pride. Desmond Doss, the conscientious objector who had already earned respect for his bravery, continued to risk his life to save others. During the assault on Hacksaw Ridge, Doss single-handedly evacuated 75 wounded men, lowering them down the steep cliff under constant enemy fire. Private Harold Hal Cooper, one of the soldiers Doss saved, recounted the harrowing experience. "I thought I was a goner," Cooper said, "but then I saw him, this skinny guy with no weapon, dragging me to safety. He was a miracle." For his actions, Doss became the first conscientious objector to receive the Medal of Honor. His story of unwavering faith and selflessness inspired countless others, serving as a reminder that courage takes many forms. As American forces closed in on the final Japanese positions at Mobuni Hill, many Japanese soldiers and civilians chose suicide over surrender. General Isamu Cho and General Mitsuro Ushijima had already taken their own lives, and their example was followed by countless others. Fumiko Yoshida, now working with American aid teams, witnessed the aftermath. Among the dead were entire families who had leapt from cliffs into the sea. Fumiko's task was to identify the bodies and help bury them, a heartbreaking duty that left her emotionally scarred. For American soldiers like Lieutenant Richard Dick Higgins, the suicides were a grim and incomprehensible sight. "We didn't want them to die," Higgins said. "We tried to tell them they'd be safe, but they didn't believe us." The tragedy of Mobuni Hill underscored the cultural chasm between the Japanese and American forces, a divide that would take years to bridge. In October 1944, just weeks after the grueling campaign on Peleliu, the focus of the Pacific Theater shifted to the Philippines. General Douglas MacArthur, who had famously vowed to return after the fall of the Philippines in 1942, now stood poised to fulfill his promise. The Leyte Gulf landing marked the start of this campaign, and for many of the soldiers and sailors involved, it represented both a strategic and symbolic turning point. Private First Class Eugene Sledge, still recovering from Peleliu's trauma, found himself reflecting on the broader scope of the war. Though Sledge's unit wasn't directly involved in the Leyte invasion, the battle resonated deeply with him. He corresponded with friends in other divisions and followed reports of MacArthur's dramatic return in the Allies' favour. For many, Leyte represented happy return in the Allies' favour. MacArthur's landing on the shores of Leyte was a carefully orchestrated spectacle. Journalists captured his iconic wade through the surf, his crisp voice declaring, "I have returned." For the soldiers on the ground, the fanfare was secondary to the reality of combat. Japanese forces, dug into defensive positions throughout the island, were determined to make the Americans pay for every inch of ground. While ground forces fought to secure Leyte, the naval battle raging offshore would go down as one of the largest in history. the Japanese Imperial Navy, desperate to halt the American advance, launched Operation Shogo. It was a bold but ultimately doomed attempt to destroy the U.S. fleet. Admiral William Bull Halsey played a pivotal role in the battle. Commanding the U.S. Third Fleet, Halsey's aggressive tactics were both his strength and his Achilles heel. Japanese forces exploited this, deploying decoy carriers to lure Halsey away from Leyte Gulf. The maneuver temporarily exposed the landing forces to the threat of a massive Japanese battleship attack. Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague and the sailors aboard the escort carriers of Taffy 3 found themselves thrust into the fight of their lives. Despite being outgunned and outnumbered, they mounted a heroic defense against the Japanese center force, led by Admiral Takeo Kurita. The small, slow carriers and their escorting destroyers and destroyer escorts faced off against a fleet of battleships on the Army and bombers. Lieutenant Commander Ernest Evans of the USS Johnston epitomized the courage of Taffy 3. Charging headlong into the enemy fleet, the Johnston's crew inflicted significant damage before the ship was overwhelmed. Evans, already wounded, continued to direct the fight until the Johnston was lost. His actions earned him a posthumous Medal of Honor, a testament to his bravery and sacrifice. The Battle of Leyte Gulf ended in a decisive American victory, with the Japanese Navy suffering catastrophic losses. For the first time, the Imperial Navy was no longer capable of conducting large-scale offensive operations. The path to the Philippines, and eventually Japan, was clear. For men like Eugene Sledge and Sidney Phillips, the news of Leyte Gulf's outcome brought a mix of relief and determination. The victory was a reminder of the Allies' growing momentum, but it also underscored the sacrifices that lay ahead. At the same time, the introduction of kamikaze attacks during Leyte Gulf signaled a new, terrifying phase of the war. Japanese pilots willingly crashing their planes into Allied ships marked a shift in tactics, one driven by desperation and a relentless commitment to the Emperor's cause. Sledge, reflecting on the accounts of kamikaze attacks, wrote in his journal, "Their willingness to die for their country is both terrifying and haunting. It reminds me of Peleliu, where we saw men fight to the last breath. This war strips away everything, hope, fear, humanity, and leaves only raw survival." On the ground in Leyte, the campaign pushed inland, where dense jungles and rugged mountains provided natural defenses for the Japanese. Lieutenant Colonel Robert E. Bob Cushman, leading elements of the 4th Marine Division, coordinated assaults on fortified positions. Hidden deep within the terrain, among Cushman's men was Private Leonard George, a rifleman who had joined the division just weeks earlier. For George, Leyte was his first experience of combat. He quickly learned the harsh realities of jungle warfare: oppressive heat, disease-carrying mosquitoes, and an enemy that seemed to vanish into the landscape. The fighting was brutal and personal. George's squad often found themselves in close-quarters engagements, where survival depended on split-second decisions. During one encounter, George's quick reflexes saved his squad when he spotted a Japanese ambush and opened fire. Though the incident earned him praise from his comrades, George couldn't shake the memory of the enemy's squad of war. While American forces battled the Japanese on Leyte, Filipino guerrillas played a crucial role in the campaign. Under the leadership of figures like Colonel Ruperto Cangalon, local resistance fighters provided intelligence, sabotaged enemy supply lines, and guided Allied troops through the challenging terrain. Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Fertig, an American officer who had organized a guerrilla movement in Mindanao, coordinated efforts with Cangaon and other resistance leaders. Their actions were instrumental in disrupting Japanese operations and bolstering the Allied advance that, for civilians like Teresa Magbanua, a nurse-turned-resistance operative, the war was deeply personal. Magbanua risked her life to tend to wounded fighters and smuggle supplies to Allied troops. Her courage inspired those around her, a reminder of the indomitable spirit of the Filipino people. As the Leyte campaign progressed, the collaboration between American forces and Filipino guerrillas highlighted the shared sacrifices and resilience of those fighting for liberation. At the southern tip of Okinawa, in the underground naval headquarters near Itoman, Colonel Minoru Ota led the remnants of the Japanese naval forces in a desperate final stand. Ota, a seasoned officer, had fought valiantly throughout the campaign, but knew the end was near. On June 6, 1945, as American forces advanced, Ota sent a farewell telegram to Tokyo. In it, he pleaded for better treatment of Okinawan civilians, describing the horrors they endured during the battle. They were dragged into this war, not of their making, he wrote, and they suffered immeasurable hardship. By June 13, Ota and his men were surrounded. Rather than surrender, they chose death, a decision that epitomized the Japanese military's doctrine of honorable suicide. When American troops entered the tunnels, they found hundreds of bodies, including the tragic conclusion of one of the war's most grueling chapters. Captain Paul H. Douglas, a 50-year-old Marine officer and future U.S. Senator, volunteered for combat despite his age and injuries. Known for his courage and leadership, Douglas served in the 6th Marine Division during the Battle of Okinawa. During an assault on Wana Ridge, Douglas personally carried ammunition to the front lines under heavy fire, earning the respect of younger Marines. Private First Class Alan Friedman, who served under Douglas, later said, "He didn't just lead from the front, he inspired us to follow. Through tomorrow, to act discriminatingly." Douglas was severely wounded in action, his injuries requiring multiple surgeries. Despite the physical toll, he returned home with a renewed commitment to public service, later using his experiences to advocate for veterans' rights in the US Senate. As the battle reached its final stages, thousands of Okinawan civilians fled southward, seeking refuge wherever they could. Among them was Kamijiro Senaga, a teacher turned activist who had been helping villagers survive amid the chaos. Senaga led a group of families through treacherous terrain, evading both Japanese forces, who accused them of collaboration, and American bombing raids. Carrying nothing but a sack of rice and a small wooden Buddha, Senaga became a symbol of hope for those under his care. One night, the group stumbled upon an abandoned farm, where they found food and shelter for the children. It was the first time in weeks they felt safe enough to sleep. Senaga's leadership and resilience would later make him a key figure in Okinawa's post-war recovery, as he fought for the rights of those who had suffered most during the conflict. The beloved war correspondent Ernie Pyle had covered battles across Europe and the Pacific, bringing the human side of war to readers back home. On April 18, 1945, while covering the fighting on Iishima, a small island off Okinawa's coast, Pyle was struck by machine gun fire and killed instantly. A companion had witnessed Lieutenant Colonel Joseph B. Coolidge, who had been with Pyle at the time, recalled his final moments. He was standing near the jeep, looking out at the horizon, as calm as ever, Coolidge said. Then the shots came, and he was gone. Pyle's death was mourned by soldiers and civilians alike. His writings had humanized the war, giving voice to the ordinary men and women who endured its hardships. For many, his loss symbolized the high cost of the Okinawa campaign, even for those who didn't carry a rifle. By the time the battle ended on June 22, 1945, Okinawa was a shattered landscape. Yet, even amid the ruins, signs of resilience emerged. Civilians who had survived began to rebuild their lives, supported by American occupation forces. Fumiko Yoshida joined an effort to create temporary schools for orphaned children, using whatever material she could find. Ze tulubotat sutti. Education is hope, she said. If we can teach the next generation, we can rebuild. On the American side, Lieutenant General Simon Bolivar Buckner, Jr., who had led the campaign, was posthumously remembered as a leader who cared deeply about minimizing civilian suffering. His death, just days before the battle's end, underscored the high price paid by all sides. The survivors, soldiers, civilians, and medics carried the scars of Okinawa for the rest of their lives. For some, like Eugene Sledge, those memories became a mission to ensure the world would never forget the horrors of war.